So, sorry, just trying to get this. Good morning, everybody. Stock got reinstated. Whose weekly is printed? That shit was crazy. Give it a second. SPX is probably gonna sell off. Yeah, gross. Big fat gap. Dad, I made money. How many millionaires did I make? Who was just fucking massively over leveraged into upstart weeklies? I can't go back to the doctor. Oh, I don't know if Upstart gives a shit about Gamma Max. Gamma Max on Upstart's gonna skew a lot when like the 22.50 and $25 synthetic shorts close. They're pickling my jar. Did the doctor say if he could save your penis? He said it's the best penis he's ever seen and it's in perfect health. Thank you for asking, Seacraft. Pop your collar? Ugh. Is that better? I ate my shit. Go back to your room, you dirty slut. Don't ever get married, guys. Well, on GME was at $23. It went away. What mean? It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Fuck, I made a lot of money this morning. Jesus. No, I didn't sell CCs on shit. Why would I sell CCs on GME? The liquidity's not fixed. This hasn't even begun. All right? The run hasn't started. Now, the run on Upstart may have started a little bit. I don't know. They're just so fucked on that stock, it's not even funny. They get stopped out? Fucking bastards. Ew. Oh, why are the prices updating when I click them? I want the old price. Fucking ridiculous implied volatility. What's the beta on this? 0.3? 0.03? Gross. What do I do with my hands? They keep showing $20 upstart cover calls. That seems dumb. I'd wait for a pullback. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking chase right now. Wow, Jimmy Ivy is still complete dog shit. Um, SPX gonna fail right here. Sorry. All right. Still on trading view. Oh, sorry. At Upstart Weeklies, I took profit on yesterday. Hold me. I'm sorry. Did you not reposition? Are you still expecting a pullback on SPX? It very well could, especially that gap from this morning. Sold my weeklies yesterday. Should I just stop trading? Why didn't you buy back into something else? Liquidity's unresolved. You don't want to drop exposure. You just move the position. Bunch of thanks for all you do comments incoming. Yeah. Gherkin, you art thou stock god. Thank you, Twat Waffle. And thank you for the memberships. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up. It's very nice of him. Is it a bit like someone opened the valve on some empty pipes, burps, squirts, then just gush? Try and close it too fast, you get the hammer effect that bursts the pipes. Upstart's kind of in a weird situation for them. They're unable to get enough liquidity to reverse the trend, and there's no strong level of synthetic shorting. There's several weak levels. They were at 1750, they were at 20, they were at 2250, and 25 is even weaker. So if we break through 25, Gamma's flat all the way up. They're gonna have to fully reposition. And in doing so, probably are going to allow a significant amount of liquidity to be realized on the market maker side. Also on Reg Show. Today's a very exciting day. I found myself making hasty decisions after months of being underwater. How do you keep calm? Just relax. You had a plan going into this. Stick to it. There should be a shirt on number if we reach it, and you throw another shirt on and pop that collar too. Also, glad you're back from the doctor. Shame about the broken penis. You know, honestly, the way I got it, worth it. Thoughts on Cat's price? Do you think it's gonna find a bottom soon? Um, how's Cat doing this morning? Cat was doing okay. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck happened? That sold off big. I sold my puts. Okay. Uh, there's support at 240. Maybe we'll see it. I'm surprised Dow is dropping so hard right now. This could be some sector shift due to Meta earnings, which is I mean, kind of stupid, honestly. But maybe that we're seeing some capital move out of more stable value investments. I am a bit below my risk on cat, even with the puts I have. I'm negative on my 2060s, so or 260s. I don't know. I've got to do some delta math and see how well I'm hedged. Just like to pop in on these green days to be that annoying person who reminds everyone to do something kind for someone else today. Hold on, at will enjoyment. I just hope you all have a wonderful day. I hope you do too, man. I hope you made some money too. Congratulations. Thank you so much, man. That's awesome. Nick James, Carbon Based, Mr. Flags. Thank you guys all so much for creating even more volatility in the chat. Guys, give them all a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. That's really awesome. Thank you guys so much. No, Moon is not a plan. About SPY June 410 puts today. Am I crazy? I'm trying to learn how to hedge. SPY 410 puts maybe a little difficult. You need to see a breakdown of the 4100 level in futures. We may not see that today. We could, but we need like a lot of long side capitulation. If you have a little bit of theta though, you're probably okay. A bunch of us are curious about Carvana. I want to sell some bear call spreads. Any estimation of where GM is or the liquidity has been realized? AKA, is it ready to dump? Thanks for everything. I also intended to sell bear call spreads on Carvana, and I will tell you right now. Carvana at where are you, you piece of shit? JFresh. Did you take away my Carvana data? Bastard. Let me see. Probably around. Okay, so if it breaks up here, probably around $25. I think before the data was gone, the Gamma Max was at 2050. But that was like 4 days ago. A lot could have changed. Been on my bachelor party trip. How long can we expect ups? Like I said, this looks like it's just beginning. Sorry if I'm missing stuff. The chat keeps jumping. Mr. Flags, thank you so much, man. Dude, what a fucking morning. Thank you for all the guidance over the past year. Literally just tripled my port this morning. Let's fucking go. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations, man. Odds of Upstart hitting 25? It looks pretty fucking good right now. What's gonna stop it? Maybe, I mean, I'm bullish as fuck, but I'd love a bear case. Because I don't know if we break 25, I don't know where Upstart stops. The long shorts are already getting fucked really hard. Really, really hard. And the operational shorts or like the synthetic shorts are getting squeezed out too. Feb 17.15p on Upstart are rolling up. It's a Feb 17.20. Weird to keep the same strike. They might be sold. They might be sold puts. I have some March 17.25 Upstart. They're up 7.5x. Currently, it's 0.56 delta. I set a stop loss for 10x. Am I shooting myself in the foot? Not necessarily. Don't worry, RC will find a way to rug pull us on Upstart as well. How are you all making money here? I just keep buying more GME. Well, I mean, hopefully they have better earnings. I mean, GME's doing okay today. GME's still very much below the price where it needs to get to break out. You see how Gamma Max is just locked on GameStop? That's because they're not moving those fucking short calls. Like, at all. And it's holding down the price real bad. There's some synthetic puts there, too. Took profits on my short-dated Upstart. Was objectively the right call, but now I want to chase hard. Wait for an SPX pull down. SPX looks like it's bouncing. Just heads up. That looks like a bounce off the gap. This could get kind of volatile, though, so... But if this breaks out and fails, maybe there'll be an entry opportunity. But that's a break up from a descending channel, so that would imply alongside accumulation has reached a breaking point, and we're repricing to the upside. If I missed anything, please get back to me. Gherkin, my weekly's printed. Obligatory thanks. No problem, Arugus. Also, don't worry, a broken penis is still right twice a day. Thank you so much, man. Bear case, Eagles broad market sell-off and reversion. Upstart short capitulation into risk on longs selling off. Upstart PA could flatten. Liquidity increases enough to short into panic selling. If the shorts are able to hold, yes. If the shorts need to re-enter or close, we're going to run a lot more before they're able to get out. Upstart's free float is sold like almost 40% short. Plus, I mean, whatever they bought back over the last quarter. And, you know, 60-70% of the float sold short through operational shorting as well. I don't feel like Jimmy run in the beginning of February following 4210 rule. Also, I repositioned my SPX puts to super safe one at 4100 September 15th. Okay, nice. Sorry, I'm missing the rest of this. Give me a second. I don't disagree with, like, well, we're gonna move to look at the 4210 rule. 4210 rule is buy side though, not sell side, so that would be, I would at least give us some information about whatever the final trade is that we're missing. September 15th, just as long-term exposure for the downside. Anyway, for you and the quants, hard work, man. Thank you so much, Steve. 4100 for September 16th or 15th seems super safe. I don't think that's a terrible bet. You may end up a little bit underwater for a while there. You've bought an obscene amount of delta. So you were pretty exposed. But if you're okay with that, or you're gonna add an average down, you're not in a bad position. Prostate's good. I full ported long-term SPX puts March 10th. These are down a whole lot. Should I hold for a few days and sell the rebuy later, or would it be better to go ahead and sell as the SPX isn't stopping? Just because the SPX hasn't stopped today doesn't mean that earnings tonight can't knock it down fucking 200 or 300 basis points. Gherky fucking chill. I sold all my underwater weeklies yesterday like a good trader, repositioned, and doubled my port today. Why would you do this to me? Thanks, chill. Nice job, man. Would you get more cat calls to average down March 250C? Not yet. I'd wait. It's, I think a lot of the effect you're seeing on cat right now is the rising market is pulling capital into like NASDAQ and tech stocks. with everyone all pumped up on Meta last night and J-passing, inflation's, well, not beaten, but on the downtrend. The near-term bullishness can easily correct with more data. So I'd wait. Are you hedged on it? Did you sell spreads into earnings or buy puts into earnings, or are you just completely unhedged? Kramer name dropping Upstart is definitely a positive. I mean, people forget that he also said GameStop was a short squeeze at one point. I mean, Upstart needs a catalyst, right? It needs FOMO. That's the thing Upstart was always missing in this equation. And I don't care if it's boomer FOMO that YOLOs into weeklies and fucking sells after a $3 gain. Anything that racks up more FTDs, I'm all about. If Upstart finishes squarting, will you be selling covered calls? Maybe. Depends where it squarts to. Could you check GM and GN for Beyond? Remember you said 2050 was the top during the last round, which it was? I was wondering if it should take profits now, since it's there again. Let me take a look. It may have moved up. That was like T+2, right? Nope. 2050 is still Gamma Max. Looks like the shorts are holding firm there too. Similar to GameStop. They're not easing up their sold call positions. People are buying a lot more calls, and puts are starting to sell off. So a break of Gamma Max is possible, although it hasn't broken Gamma Max in, well, over a year. Ooh, fuck. Huh. What's Fubo doing? I saw Fubo hit like 315 this morning. You mean you would sell Upstart instead? I mean, if it gets real crazy, yeah. I would just buy back when the price drops. Disinflation. Fuck you, Walken. You bearish son of a bitch. Let's go Upstart 25. I need to get out of the rest of these CSPs. You're not out yet? The CSPs I sold on my synthetic logs are like negative 92%. Can we see the current tips? If they've changed, yes. Okay, Upstart's getting real weird. GME, they're still kind of holding the line. But Upstart's doing big expansions. They might this might just start running. Yeah. Ooh. It's doing things. Get some fucking like volatility shit for this before it breaks 25. Um, hundreds. Pretty good Vega. Huh. Would you accept JPOW for Pontiff if view up? If he wants to sign up, yeah, I'd love to hang out with him. Do you know SCN, HI, and DE are way down today? No. Is there any news? Had Underwater, I don't even know what the fuck those are. Had Underwater Upstart weeklies I forgot about and just woke up to them. up 1,300%. Nice. Love you, dude. Felt weird making money this morning without hearing your voice. Glad you're back early. Thank you, Stunt Coyote. I think Upstart about to get volatilt. Maybe. Define crazy. No. Would soft landing include a squeeze Upstart to keep the market from crashing? I don't know. I made great money from Fubo Weeklies this morning. Thank you. You're welcome. Congratulations. Cat calls. Too soon. Wait it out. Market's really bullish. Money looks like it's pulling out of Dow. Don't rush things. Ooh, might get some good entries on BTU over the next couple days, too. Or maybe next couple weeks. I've accepted assignment at 25. I can't keep chasing this. Fair enough. Girk, if this crosses 25 and goes up, you're actually going to make a ton of millionaires in here. We'd be so lucky that Upstart runs before GME so we can actually move profits for once. I don't know if we're going to be that lucky. That'd be cool as hell, though. Define Upstart crazy, I need to know. Beyond my ability to calculate. Yesterday, Peloton broke Gamma Max. It's still going up. Any thoughts when to start bear call spreads? If it's still pushing up past Gamma Max, you need to be careful because it may not be options influenced. So, you know, someone may be buying the underlying. It could be short positions closing out. You're definitely going to want to be, you're going to be very careful there. I would just be patient, wait for volume to climb down, wait for volatility to drop off a little bit. See how far in excess of Gamma Max it runs. 10-15% above. What does Upstart do? Should I buy in? Didn't you say there was something about VIX up price we were looking for? Yeah. VIX up, price up. Yeah, but VIX price up, VIX down, which is super fucking bullish. Although VIX not going down as much as it should. Jamie didn't move the collar, did he? Not that I'm aware of. Do you have hope of those 510s printing? I mean, they're just like a meme. And also like a volatility play. I don't really expect them to do much. Powell getting hammered. Is it? It's down 5%, but I don't know. It's not that bad. Oil's down a bit today, so that's probably why. It's in a profit-taking range. You could if you wanted to. I've looked at the options chain on Upstart. It appears we're in a full-blown risk-off. Very close to one. I don't think we're in a full-blown one yet, but I think we've started to see the beginnings of one. How do you feel about 6 million volume on Upstart so far? Not enough. What's this slow creep up in price on Upstart? I told you they can't stop it. The liquidity they got this morning, they burned up within an hour of market open. It's on Reg Show, and the fucking borrow rate's sky high. Upstart to about 20% above Gamma Max. Okay, listen, if we've gotten capitulation, which we haven't, at the 22.50 and $25 strike, Gamma Max on Upstart's going to move up a bunch. We don't have that data yet, and so the Gamma Max there is reflecting those short positions. When those close, Gamma Max can move rapidly. I've seen Upstart Gamma Max go up like $50 in a day. If it moves up into a range where Gamma's flat, it's gonna rocket. Also, 25% up today. There's almost no way people aren't buying shitloads of out of the money calls. Can you move the chart and give Jimmy some room to spread its wings? I just did. SPX pushing for 4,200. Man, I'm surprised we pulled back so little. That's fucking crazy. Ugh. This is looking good for my sold $30 puts. Jesus Christ, you greedy fuck. So if Upstart hits $40, how many pontiffs am I getting? Real talk. Because I need to plan out my next month. Send me a res about the implications of Upstart running on Reg Show. If they manage to control this run, our next could be explosive. I agree. If Upstart's, or if they don't manage to control this run, we just get rich. Tightly controlled by what? There's a reason I picked Upstart. Is because it presented a significant amount of risk for those operationally shorting it and for those who were long short on the underlying. Shorting Upstart was fucking stupid. Leveraging shorts on Upstart was even more stupid. Letting the short position on Upstart get overcrowded without taking any profits was really fucking stupid. And then letting the volatility bump and the fucking volatility sellers come in was really, really, really fucking stupid. Are some of us on VC right now? And every time we say something, you respond to it right after. Are you psychic? No. I've been thinking about Pontiff for about a month already. If I can somehow work it into a tax write-off, then I'm gonna do it. Fuck you, Stefan. Hey, Gerg. Upstart third top gainer today behind Carvana and Ali GB. Nice. Any chance of an offer here? I know they have cash, but potentially, yeah. I don't think they need more cash, but they could always use it. It'd be stupid not to, so something to be aware of. They're currently in a buyback. It'd be a hard sell to their shareholders to present an offer, but I think if Upstart moves back into a price range where it's unquestionably overvalued, even on potential future earnings, then yeah, there's definitely a case there to be made. Maybe an Upstart's starting to tick up. Yeah, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Fuck it. They're internalizing like fuck and letting out a little at a time. Sure, but to fill their inventories, they need to create synthetic shares, right? So who gives a shit? Let them internalize. Can you please talk about the possibility of Upstart evolve into a cyclical play? Yeah, I mean, if it runs really hard here, that's going to attract all the volatility shorts, right, at the top. And then it's going to get volatility shorted even harder. Depends how hard it runs, but the harder it runs, and the more it goes above that previous average price, the more chance there is for the next run to cross that average price again. I don't mean to ask an unfair question, but what's the argument from the Upstart shorts not closing from their perspective? Why their aversion to capitulation? Surely they can see the same info. Because if you have a large enough short position and you're heavily leveraged, it's very hard to close it equitably, right? You start pulling that off the table and you're going to force capitulation of other shorts. So when shorts become overcrowded, they kind of corner themselves. The only short positions with any real flexibility at that point are volatility shorts or operational shorts, right? And then or smaller short positions that can easily get in and out. But if you're short like 20 million shares of Upstart, you're in fucking deep shit right now. Maybe before you had a chance to get out. Not anymore. Don't forget that the second you start buying in, right? Everyone's gonna go fucking long. We've just been on a 12-month ride down on SPX. If the sharks smell blood in the water, they're coming for it. There's a lot of losses that need to be made up. I don't know how to send a message in super chat, but you're the Moana goat. Thank you, Spider. Don't worry about it, man. Do you think Fubo has more room to the upside? Gamma Max was at about $5. I would say that we need to see the $3 puts capitulate. If they do, we could see like 450 or 5 potentially. Fubo's been shorted really fucking hard, actually. And because it's so liquid, the obligations are probably quite large. Volumetrically, there's a lot of volume from the obligations. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see a ton of price improvement from them, but I mean, a move up to $4 or $4.50 is huge on Fubo. The shorts haven't started capitulating on GME at all, and they're still trying to hold the $25 level on Upstart. Remember, the vast majority of the short position on Upstart was created. Yeah, I can. Give me a second. I can kind of show you guys this. So this was the last point of like short covering right here. And since then, you know, they have basically shorted in this range. And this range. Since May of last year. As you can see over time. And they still haven't even broken mean, right? So if this starts to break through here, all of the short positions from was that June of 22 are exposed. Right now, almost all the short positions from the biggest ones here in September. Almost all of the short positions from September are already exposed. So they're pretty fucked. Thanks, NW. Was there more to that? Or was it just an emoji? Trying again. Thanks. Thank you so much, Spider. Buy, sell, or hold Upstart shares. I'm holding them for now. Palantir to the moon or forever bag holder. Palantir's, you got a 5-year window, man. It still has some volatility shorts, but volatility there's driven down a lot since 2022. I wouldn't bank on it moving a lot due to that. How have we not heard a song? OG, I Can Be Green, Please Dad. Alright, fuck it.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything.
Is this no packs? Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. I appreciate it, man.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red.
Thank you for the memberships, guys. Give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up. Oh, I'll wait till the song's over.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
My relationship with you is directly correlated with whether or not stocks go up. I know, I can see that. Thanks, Turd. I just got up. What's going on, dude? My weeklies are killing it. Welcome to the party. This run could change my life. Got stop set. Thanks, Gherk. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god, I'm so fucking up today. 300 to 400% on weeklies. I grabbed this AM. I love you, Pickle Man, and I love the quants. Thank you so much, Carbon Based. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Waking up this beautiful song on the West Coast. If you guys are gonna trade stocks, wake up at fucking market open. Just bought my first 1,000 Upstart shares. Let's fucking go. 1 million a share. Here we come. No, that's not happening. Fuck you, Kendro. We're not hitting $1 million a share. There is no MOASS. Don't be a bag holder. Salty shawarma. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord if you aren't already a member of the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. And I'll make sure you are one. Q. Pigeon whales. Q for him. Hey, Gherk, I sold Upstart at my cost basis, but I was way over leveraged. I hope to reposition soon. Break even is still a win. Thanks for everything. Thank you so much, Mike J. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm also glad you didn't take any losses. No, not $2 million a share. It's nothing to do with the attitude. That's just bullshit. Gherk, I cannot thank you enough for the education over the last 14 months. Like, seriously, man, you have a beautiful soul. Man, I freaking love you, man. You need to lay off the fucking weed while you're trading stocks. Can you pause the market? I need to go to the bathroom. No. Thanks for everything. Hold it. This run is likely to do me sleeping in. I inherited that power from you, I guess. There's 27K 25 piece for Feb 17th and 5,300 for 25 Feb 17th. How high will this run go if all those capitulate? Much higher. There was also 60,000 contracts entered yesterday at 2250 and 25 that are volatility exposed, but if it runs too hard, they might be kind of fucked. Worth every penny. Thanks. Dance, baby, dance. Thank you so much, Clay. I appreciate it, dude. What's next?
Pickle.
Oh, look, GME's doing a thing now. I don't have words to thank you. Stay cranky. Thank you so much, Dana. Should I wait till the top to put my life savings into Upstart? I mean, it's already above Gamma Max, or at least where we know Gamma Max is today, so it's already risky. I'll say that much. Be careful. Awkward, my $20 weeklies I bought at 0.60 are $5.85 right now. Thanks, Kirk, for helping me learn so much over the year and a half. You got it, DJ Datrix. Congratulations, man. Nice coattails. Thanks to the ride. Thank you, Derp. I appreciate it, dude. Dan Rod, you beautiful son of a bitch. I came here for some boo-hoos. Guess I have the wrong room. Dan Rod, you throat goat son of a bitch. I love you. Come back. Come back to the Pigeon Wells. Show us your chugs. The vibe in here right now is beautiful and euphoric. Am I bussing too much? Should I be sussing? I'm trying to be better, Gherk. I don't know. It's very euphoric. I agree. Just don't be stupid. Don't follow the crowd. I bought a vape to use while trading to emulate my favorite financial advisor. I don't do that. I can't stop making money, and the heat in my house just failed. Should I be worried about anything else in my near future? Yeah, expect to be propositioned by crazy neighbors. Upstart is now 12% over Gamma Max. Does this mean this run could collapse quickly? No, not yet. It has not realized a significant amount of liquidity. I do realize that the options chain may no longer be driving the price upwards. But that doesn't mean people aren't buying. Thank you so much, Timothy. Stock God. Thank you, Frog Dongs. Quaint. Frog Dongs? Quaint. Okay. Space Banana, thanks for telling everyone to always YOLO weeklies and BTFD. Clearly the best trading plan ever. You're a DFV 2.0. Time to put the crown on. Thank you so much, NW. I appreciate it. But Upstart hasn't hit $400 yet. Johnny Utah, FBI. Pickleman, thanks so much for the education. Not to mention the daily Dillionaire picks. I'm vupping while setting stop losses. Praise be. Congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. Also, you should pay closer attention to the Dillionaire picks because they are not daily. Maybe they just want to give the impression that Upstart is going higher and then buying insane amount of puts for the weeklies, digging the price on Monday. Just maybe. Are you holding puts, Fear of God? Be honest with me right now. Just did some kindergarten math on the back of a crayon box. Need to confirm something. Upstart 180 incoming. That's ridiculous. DM, please. Oh, you son of a bitch. Don't you dare send me any more options flow. Somebody bought 4,000 March 17 puts. Price bid ask. It close to the bid. Well, probably bought. Look at them trying. They're trying. Can they stop it though? Do they have enough money? Definitely. You're DFV 2.0. You'll wear the VWAP hat when you're in front of Congress. Is Upstart price high enough for some random talented writers to post about it in Wall Street Bets for some FOMO rocket fuel? Ah, fuck them. I already posted DD on Wall Street Bets. It got deleted. Hashtag Upstart. Thank you so much, Roaring Kitty. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a few days. Upstart's fun shit though. NS, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society after the stream.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the
I appreciate it.
class of society.
Hey Greg, I hope this run goes even harder to create cycles. I sold 2 days ago and had to rebuy today. I know there was always next time. I'm happy for you. Thank you, Thunder. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But, yep, there's always another one. Thanks God I'm not. 2% left and my portfolio will be green again. Portfolio great again? Congratulations, Fear of God. Obi Jabroni, hey Greg, do you think a position XPXU is worth it at 4,200 if options aren't possible right now? There's a very significant amount of call gamma at 4,200, but the gap from 4,175 to 4,200, it's a little tougher. It's building up some interest, but it's definitely I'd be careful with it. I think there's still more upside here, but I don't know how much, and we could reject and pull back. Jean-Claude Van Damme, remember you degen permabulls? No one ever went broke taking profits. That is correct. Thank you. I only own Upstart shares and they're up 18%, but I have no idea what the best strategy for stop losses are. I mean, you want to follow price action, watch resistances, you know, try to follow the trend as much as you feasibly can. Generally, you don't want to sell all of your entire position all at once. I don't know how much you have, but usually you want to break it up over several exits in order to try to average out the peak of a run. Just another NOPEX. We need a smugglometer and get the J Powell doll. Thank you so much, 12 level. Seriously, though, I really want that J Powell real doll. I'm going to dress him up in little suits. I'm going to take him to all the Fed meetings. Being poor is a lot more fun when you hang out with people making money. Thanks for all you do, Gerg. Thanks, Presscan. Do you still have a multi-chorus version of I Can Be Green song? I do. Maybe once Jimmy breaks $25. Jimmy options up over 100% since yesterday's reposition. Nice, man. I'm getting Jimmy price alerts from Yahoo. Come on, FOMO. Oh god, my GME weeklies are almost in the money. There's a gap at 400 that GME needs to fill. Jimmy and Upstart seriously taking turns. Why GME going straight up? Blah, 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 blah. What do you think? Bad to trade off MACD signals, right? It depends on the time frame. I mean, they're pretty accurate. MACD is probably the most accurate technical indicator. It's still only like 70%. And that's with, you know, you really need to learn to smooth the timings on it properly. But if you can use it really well, then it can be highly accurate. They're killing Kit, Gurk. We say that if GME runs first, Upstart is more risk and the other way around. They're not in the same baskets, not entirely. They're very different. I wouldn't try to compare the two, and I wouldn't assume that risk on one is the same as risk on the other. You think meta continues to run? There's some pretty entrenched shorts there. What the fuck was that? Seriously? Can we say that if Jimmy runs first, upstart is more risk? Now, this is pod racing. Yes, it is, Gilgamesh. Thank you, the bear case. I appreciate that, man. Question about next weeklies on Jimmy $25 calls. At what point, when Jimmy passes $25 today, does the intrinsic value start to slow down? And worth selling to reposition on Monday if the run continues. Next weeklies on Jimmy $25 calls. Intrinsic. So you'll start to lose extrinsic value as you move away from 0.5 delta. Once you get to like 0.6 delta, you're basically only going to be gaining intrinsic value on the underlying. Like the deeper into the money you get, the less extrinsic value the contract has. So you lose that Vega multiplier. You lose that benefit from implied volatility. But you're still gaining delta value as the price goes up. And you no longer have theta decay. Well, theta decay becomes significantly less, right? So I would say it depends on how far you move in the money, and then you could make a risk assessment at that point. Right now, you're still a bit out of the money. Reposition took 200% profits on the last ups last week. Rebought with some more profits and 250% again. Am I a hedge fund now? You're doing a lot better. I've had a lot on my plate lately. This stream is a lifesaver, so I can quickly catch up with what's going on days like today. Thanks. No problem, Jen. Thank you. Look at what Pop in the Collar did, you crime lord. Celebrate later on Twitch with Trash Dan. Love Girk the Great. I'll think about it. With the end of money strikes, things can get spicy next week for Upstart. They could, yeah. I mean, today's only Thursday, right? You check Lucid. How high do you think it can go since its options chain is stacked? It already realized this pretty significant amount of the liquidity that it was going to. They shorted it back down. I don't know. Maybe it runs again to like 20 or so. I don't know what the gamma max is on it right now. Before it slammed through gamma max and then got rejected. So if gamma max has moved up, gross. Hold on, let me ask Jayfish because I don't have either of those on here. Annoying. Still confident in Cat 260 March 17s. I'm just trying to decide if I should average down. Are you hedged or not, Jordan? Look, Girk, your upstart leaps are almost green. I know. There's still not a big bump in implied volatility, so they're not moving up too much. Jimmy Tips doing things now. Definitely pulling back. And Lucid could kind of run more, actually. I don't know how much more, but a bit more. Ooh, look at that. GME tips have reverted. Ooh. Oh, we're doing bullish things again. They're shorting the fuck out of it right now, but that's kind of okay. Can you guys see that? Now let's see if we run today and we can get past the break point where they fucking stuffed it last time. Hmm. Upstart price stabilized. Tip update. They're still expanding. They don't move that fast. I don't need to update you guys on it 5 times a day. They're still expanding. Very bullish. Jimmy's not dead. They're definitely trying to stop this price action though. So big volatile shorts on GME still. It's not realizing enough liquidity yet, so be careful with that. Remember, GME's very illiquid, and the like realized effect of shorting on price action can be, especially if they're volumetrically large, can be very rapid. So don't set super tight stops if you're profitable. Euphoria today, depression tomorrow. Retail won't take profits. They never do. Carl's beard is soft with runic glory. Follow me for more poems. Thanks, Danny. Another 3K puts bought, I think, June 16, 2750p. Desperate. My tip is trying to touch my face. It's straight up. So that's shorting through the market maker, OG. They're trying to short with the market maker, which means failures. That's like, think of that as like, well, at this point, probably about 300,000 fails. XRC up 4%. Could this be GME correlation or just tech sector ripping? Upstart is not currently realizing very much liquidity, so it may just be the effect of the indexes. But we'll see. That can move really fast. Upstart bar rate on IBKR is still 75%. Awesome. What effect will today's price action have on Reg Show for Upstart? The more volume traded on Reg Show, the more fails you get. So if they're already failing at a ratio to volume high enough to move on to Reg Show in the first place, then they're already in a bad position. So we want as much volume to occur on Reg Show as possible, but we want it long because we want it to generate short FTDs. The more it runs, the longer it'll stay on Reg Show, and then it can move into that forced settlement period where they're then failing at a very high rate, but also being forced to cover their fails. So far, there's around 5 million spent on puts to short. Nice. 3K of June puts are at the bid. Oh, okay. So sold? That's bullish. Done. Although, with a block that large, it's really probably hard to tell either way what the fuck it means. MM fails directly on the underlying then. Woo buy? Woo boy. Oh, yeah, that's nice. You check if there's big shorts on MVIS. They're probably not a lot. It's really volatile because so much of their asset value is tied to Bitcoin. But this move up, Upstart longer dated calls are running out of useful strikes. When do they add additional strikes? What are you talking about? Gen 24 has strikes all the way up to like $590. DMs. Okay, turd, relax. Rock hard erection power? Fuck yeah, man. Are you making money today? I hope you're making some money. June 16, 2023, 3,000. At the bid. Close to the bid. They line up with a big down candle. Yeah, they very well might be. There's no way to tell. Using the bid fucking ask spread is a useless measure when people are buying blocks of 5,000 shares or 5,000 contracts. You still in Beyond? I'm up 20%. I think I closed my Beyond this morning. I probably got stopped out of it. I don't even have that account open, but I had a stop on it, so I'd imagine I got stopped out. Hey, Gherk, I actually made money today. Today is good day. Congratulations, KJ. Making money is so hard right now. Fuck yeah, carbon-based. Rhino, my Upstart and Jimmy calls are way in the money, but I accidentally, on purpose, sold 5 GME $23 CCs for 210 yesterday on the run. What's your guess for getting smashed back below that for next week? I mean, you could. Next week? Fuck. I don't know. It's kind of shitty, but we could. I want more granular strikes. April 21, the strikes move in 250 intervals. You have to look at the weeklies instead of the monthlies if you want. If you want those. 680 people watching and only 881 likes. Unreal. Thank you, Turdford. Yeah, if you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help, and it lets more people know about Upstart. I made profits off weeklies yesterday and rolled it into March 17 3250s. Am I Theta Gang yet? No. But you're just buying calls? How does that make you Theta Gang? Because you've bought Theta? That's not how that works. What kind of put would we want to get hedge on March 260, 280 underwater calls rather than averaging down? To hedge March 260, 280 call underwater calls rather than averaging down. I mean, you wanted to buy those into earnings. We're fairly close to the resistance at 240 right now. Thanks, Mike the Legend. Greg, can we get a stream card of everyone doing the homie elephant walk to show we're one big family? I don't know what any of that means. I liked your stream so hard, I even clicked it twice. Fuck yeah. Okay, you convinced me today. I liked twice just for you. Haha. I bought 22-day Theta. Am I rich? Probably not yet. So effectively at GM plus 10% at Upstart. Do you expect ouchie downs now? Not necessarily. First of all, Gamma Max can move, right? You're jumping the gun a little bit there, man. Jaka performance bonus. Fuck off. How is GME looking for a run past 25? It looks like it's gonna try. Nailed Upstart. Good job. When puts on the market. Might want to hedge tonight, but buy Theta. I'm interested in the downside of Carvana. How far out are you thinking for buying puts? I need to get the data on it first. I think it got taken off of our list, so I'll have to get it back on there again. Danisque, welcome to Dillionaire. Damasque, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, girl.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Would you buy more 0DT Upstart or Feb 17 near the money to chase? Up to you. Oh shit, Upstart IV starting to bump. And neither of these have realized any significant volatility yet, don't forget. Like, volatility is still very low. Trim my Upstart weeklies and next week's position. Still have some March calls. Won't be a good time to add to the position further out. Do you see more room on this run? There might be. we'll need to see if Gamma Max moves. We'll need to see where the shorts capitulate. Be patient. These runs can take some time once they get started. I don't think any of these are going to be up and down in a single day. Gherk, the elephant walk is done by naked guys standing a straight line. Then you reach between the legs of the dude in front of you and hold their CNS as we walk around. That's so strange, man. Why would I want to do that? That doesn't even sound like a good time. You're gonna get taint all over your hands. Lord Gerxes, it is me, Mayhem. Back from the battle of the Babylons, laden with riches, thanks to Upscore. Checking in, dude. Thanks for all the big brain things you do. Thanks, man. Congratulations. I'm gonna get you to your guys' Ko-Fis that I couldn't read because they all came in at the same time. I can't wait to join the 590 weekly gang in a year. Thanks, Bloops. I appreciate it, man. Sold Jimmy calls up bigly yesterday, anticipating a pullback this AM. No biggie, but I wanted to give you leftover profits. If this is SPX's top for the day, where do you see a pullback taking us to? Also, will an SPX drop from bad earnings and or GME and Upstart runs? It could if they haven't picked up enough momentum to sustain themselves. Then a pullback in the market could be very bad for them. And I don't think they have, considering that we haven't realized any significant volatility yet. As far as SPX, if it does top out here, we could see a pull down probably back to like the 4150 level. Let me see something else. Maybe even 4100. Puts are stacking up to the downside right now. So far they've just been gotten burned out all day, but yeah, 4150 looks like the first point of stabilization on a downside move. So there's a lot of room to drop. And if we drop to 4150, there might be enough profit taking that we pull through the gap. IV next weekly is on Upstart is up 10%. The IV's ticking up, but not very rapidly. Is Upstart done for the day? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, not a huge amount of today's move was because of Upstart, right? A lot of today's move is because the market put pressure on the short positions. My port is up 350% today, despite rolling stupidly yesterday. Thanks. Also, how much more fun would this be if we're in kitty tweeted hashtag Upstart and then just keep it in this channel? It'd be super, super cool, C-Mill. Like the coolest thing ever. Soon to be holding $25 going into the midday. Yeah, I mean, volume's going to drop off around this point, so if we're going to see some downside or some pullback, this is the period of the day where we're most likely to see it. So hopefully that leads to more long accumulation. We'll see though. Just remember, even if something's running and you take profits, you can always re-enter. Nothing's ever stopping you from buying more calls in the future. Don't just hold on to your calls hoping they'll turn into millions of dollars. DFV did not just tweet a pickle. Don't fuck with me, butt licker. What's your macro analysis of the market? Like all of it? I think risk is mispriced, and the SPX still has a little bit of room to go up. I think mega caps are probably going to obfuscate their declining margins by either fancy accounting or announcing increased share buybacks like Meta did last night, and the realization of those contracting margins will be more apparent when they have to pull back their forward guidance in the first quarter reporting for this year. Right now, things are looking kind of bullish, but I wouldn't trust it too much. We might be able to move up into like the 4,300 range. Still feels like a stretch though. How's Fuberto looking? Pretty good. I mean, it's above $3. It's where we want it. Any quick update on where you think we go from here today and this week? Thanks. I mean, we still need a lot more liquidity realized on GME and Upstart. Neither one of them are really running on tons of volume. Even Upstart isn't running on a ton of volume. So and the short positions are holding. So I'd be cautious. The profits are great, and you know the market pressure and the active fund pressure drying up the extra liquidity is awesome, but we still don't have like a real realization of liquidity. GFV is the bane of my existence. I took profits, bought back in when I found support. Calls are still up, but I wish I could take profits without getting punished for it. Holding overnight now. Fuck. My port is up 70% because of Upstart Weeklies and March 2750s. That's only because I have GME shares. Also bought the Macmillan options book you shill. Time to stop being poor. Nice. It's a good book. I have suspicions that Zim is in the basket. Thoughts? I don't know. I don't care about this stock. It's a big piece of shit. Thanks for all you do that you and K Drew crew? You and crew do. Thank you so much, Moonstonk. I appreciate that. Songwriting legend Smokey Robinson released a new album titled Gasms, and song titles are literally the most sexually explicit titles I've ever read in my life. It's beyond hilarious. Awesome. Would you mind taking a look at HD? I'm thinking of a short position near here, maybe 345 to 350 possible. On rising indexes? I don't love it. Although its current run might be nearing an end, it may still have a little bit more upside. Yeah, 350 doesn't look to be out of the question. Or at least high 340s. I would try to be a little patient here. It's also it's very, very index exposed. So, you know, even if they're not realizing better valuations or doing better as a company, it may still just drag up with the rest of the market. Yeah, so I'd be a little cautious entering puts just now. Also earnings is coming up, which probably won't be good, to be fair, but it's on the Feb 21st. I'm gonna enter 340, 350. Yeah, you might be able to catch a move back to like 335, maybe 328. I would be careful entering too soon though. Because it's such a small move, you're really gonna want to time the peak. Some 510 calls are a meme, but in your opinion, what's the better IV play on Upstart? Gen like 100s or 50s? 0.15 delta on a like leap isn't that bad. Then you're delta and volatility exposed, which means your Vega goes up faster. So it didn't mean I wouldn't now. Waiting for a possible move to 30, 345, 350, then short. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, you want to time the peak, but if you can capture a bigger move. After this morning, maybe you should go to the doctor more often. Tesla down later today, tomorrow, next week. Tesla hasn't crossed Gamma Max, but it's come very close to it. Still lots of call buying. Gamma Max on Tesla 221. So, I would say that it definitely has the potential to continue going up. Where's Dork working, I think? This run makes no sense. Yes, it does. Still chances to bounce back. On what? I mean, this is just a small pullback into the middle of the day. This isn't bearish at all. We haven't even fallen back to VWAP yet, and I'd expect that we would at least fall back to VWAP before any indication that we're, reversing trend. Do you have DN, GM, and Bobby? I know what Gamma Max is $8. I posted the fucking chart this morning for all of you bag holders. If you had meta shares, would you sell them now? I kind of lost trust in the company, but I'm afraid I am too pessimistic. I don't know. I would never buy meta shares. I hate fucking Facebook, and I hate Mark Zuckerberg, and I think the company's revenues are going to decline over the rest of this year. I think well, there's some other reasons, but they've way over invested into fucking VR. Especially as we're going into a recession. Congressional hearing, Representative Maxine Waters. Please introduce yourself. Gherk, I am not a centaur. I have exposure, but it's so tempting to buy more. Get out of here, devil FOMO. Scared money don't make money. True. Thank you, Gherk. My port is saved. You're the best centaur I know. Thank you, Husky Not Fat. I appreciate that, man. Thoughts on playing bearish side of Amazon earnings? Riven stake isn't a great look, in my opinion. Isn't it higher than their last earnings, though? No, it's not. Ugh. It might be before tonight. Fuck. Um. I don't know. There's such a diverse business. There's so many places they can make profit, and they cut a shitload of employees. I'm almost positive they're gonna try to pad their Q4. Wasn't Amazon the largest job cut? I sold my Upstart weeklies yesterday to spark this rally. I'm sorry to hear that, Mbugasan. Hey, Greg, I missed 90% of yesterday. Did you find the CME info you were looking for? No, I haven't. Could you do a motivational short speech on taking profits in the voice of paralyzed Hulk Hogan? No. DMs, what do you got? J-Roll is trying to fucking bandwagon Upstart now. Flodeet Tats. Fodeet Tats? Thank you so much, man. I fucking appreciate that. Today's a good time to play some SPX 0 DTs. Hi, could SPX break today? Just trying to play intraday upside to offset the puts. I mean, we could break up to 200. I think it's a little weak still. Like 4190 is kind of a tough line to cross. Hey, but they have been gangrene on their right foot from that ribbon stake. I bet it's flat. I mean, flat earnings is bullish though, right? GME ended day 23.9, especially with the sentiment right now. What does the fancy SPX data show you? That 4190 is going to be hard to cross. Take profits, brother. I can't feel my legs, brother. Everyone is tempted to FOMO. Meanwhile, I'm tempted to sell CCs on my Upstart, and I'm trying to be patient. I would be patient. 0 DT NVIDIA call or Tesla call to capture more upside by tomorrow. And that's tough. I don't know. NVIDIA could be... They're both going to be super impacted by tonight's earnings. I would just wait till after tonight's earnings. Like, wait till tomorrow morning. Why the fuck are you going to carry a 1 DT overnight and lose all that theta anyway? Especially out of the money. You're not shadow banned. I can't responsibly manage short-term positions this week. Oh, well, still got 30% profits. Words can't describe how much I dislike the type of person J-Roll is. Yeah, I agree. So just remember, it's just a simulation in a CPU. Oh, man. Are you going to start with your numerology shit again? Hey, they got accountants that are good. Not Tesla good, but good enough to fudge another earnings. They also have AWS. Is Palantir running hot? Yeah, Palantir is moving. Starting to pick up some volatility, too. Not a ton. They have earnings coming up on the fucking 13th. But it's moving. Anytime Palantir runs and you own a bunch of it, great time to sell covered calls. Because that company's not going to make money for at least 3 more years. How much do you think they packed into that 1269 dark pool? I don't know. We'll find out. Carvana opinions. I think it's neared a breakout, but it could, I don't know, it might go over 25. I know it got rejected off of Gamma Max, but I don't have the current Greek data for it, so I don't want to say that Gamma Max hasn't moved. It could have. And then it could retest and break through. So I'm not entirely sure yet, but if I get some data for it by tomorrow, I'll let you know. But right now, like as far as the options levels go, I would say 25 is a possibility. There's not a lot of interest between 20 and 25, but it could build up. That's all the ads they play on your channel? Who? What do you think about the NFT from GNS? I think GNS is a big fucking pump and dump. I think they're just trying to like bait super stockers into buying their stock so they can fucking offload their share offering. It's literally a publicly traded pyramid scheme. Of course it has a short position on it. Wow, have the baskets ever been so correlated to SPX on a run? Does this uptrend have anything to do with a weird action Tuesday? Yeah, I mean, if the baskets are illiquid, they're very correlated, right? The more illiquid they get, the higher their beta goes. So, you know, when Jamie is extremely illiquid, its beta is extraordinarily high, right? GNS, same like Herbalife. No, they don't make money. That's the difference. Jimmy was 25 for 3 months. I'll put my robe on at 30. That's fair. Friday is going to be interesting. When Jimmy cover calls, not selling him yet. Sava moving a bit. Maybe he'll join the party later for big ups. Maybe. It's a great CSP target if you think it's going to move up. The fucking CSPs on that are worth so much goddamn money. That exuberance implies a crash is coming, or it could. Upstart done, slow fade. I mean, low volume into the middle of the day, not as much index fund pressure. I don't think it's done by any stretch. But stable for now. 7K 4600 calls and 4190 calls on SPX. Okay, that's not. First of all, the 4600s are probably sold. And the 4190s are maybe bought. Just lunchtime. Yeah, it's the middle of the day. Things tend to slow down. I think this is what they call consolidation. Generally, yes. So remove my stops. Got it. When does the market maker hike IV? Is it solely volume based or rapid change in price action? It's based on their risk. Opened a lot of $25 CSV on Sava last week and it was under 27. Closed most of them today. Nice. Yeah, they could be really profitable. I've sold Sava CSPs with like a 25% yield. They don't have a lot of open strikes, which kind of sucks, but do you say Tesla has room to move over 200? Yeah, it does. Gamma Max is up in like the 230s right now. People are still very bullish on it. Are you no longer going to display your weeklies on the screen? I don't have any weeklies right now. My weeklies, I repositioned weeklies last night, and then the weeklies I had this morning I sold because they were up like 400%. If we do see a market downturn crash, would SPY be a good index to invest after a downturn? Or would there be a better option? You could, yeah. I mean, I would be given the fact that a lot of this, like a lot of the issue with the markets right now is due to illiquidity. I would probably not want to invest in ETFs. They just, in the event of a crash, if a crash happens, I think there's a very good chance that we would see ETF failures, and you don't want to be invested in those if that's the case. So I'd probably pick something more stable. I don't hate them, but you know, SPY's sold like 50% short. There's a lot of risk there. Put way above ask. Looks to be big cent short, 0DT SPX. Maybe. Better be pretty fucking big to stop this momentum. The fucking hedge is massive right now. Holy upstart IV, they're pricing us out of options. Really? No, it didn't even move up that much. It bumped like a little bit there. Just green candles. The fucking market maker turned it up a little bit. How about SQQQ? Still a good way to play next month or two? Yeah, I've been selling CSPs on it. If you started selling CSPs on it when it was a pickles pick, you would have made a shitload of money. Okay, I promise I'll sell my Upstart weeklies next up. Spy 520 end of year. Probably not. When CCs? Why would I sell CCs when fucking... Like, at the money IV on Jimmy's 87%. That's 15 DT, sorry. Where's 29? 96%? Yeah, so it's like low 90s. I'm not gonna fucking sell covered calls right now. Garbage. You guys have the patience of a toddler on Adderall. What member, dude, the red candle effect is hysterical. What membership do I need to sign up for to see these pickles picks? Oh, it's Dillionaires. Dillionaire. Nailed it. Pigeon well. Pontiff. Kramer's Upstart tweet. Pump required liquidity into the stock. He pumped Carvana too. Maybe. Jesus, bro. No wonder you're not a YouTube sensation. I'm not good at the influencer part. It's because I don't focus on it. I could try to focus on it more. But what a waste of fucking time. Don't forget that pickles picks are for paper trading. Yes. I mean, they're really for whatever the fuck you want to do with them, but they're the positions that I'm interested in or playing that week. Would you say pickles picks are worth it for someone who cannot trade options, but only buy and short shares? Oh, join either way as soon as I can really appreciate the stream. Yes, they're pretty mixed. I mean, some are very much just options plays. Some can be either one. You know, they're really not like designed to be like, oh, these are the hot stocks. They're just kind of like the stocks I'm looking at or positioning in that coming week, right? And then a lot of the management of that position is kind of up to you. If it's something you're even interested in, right? That's on DDS puts. Good fucking luck getting one and a decent fill. You need to limit when people get to buy into Dillionaire. Like, only make it available quarterly. People will feel more urgency to FOMO in at gated times. Weird. I don't think I could do... I don't like that. If I wanted to gate Dillionaires more, I'd just raise the price. I think where it's at now is it's a healthy level. There's like there's enough people that it's good. Right? You guys I don't know, you guys have a better idea than I do. I spend most of my time shit posting in the Pores chat. Huge Jass. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Boss's blunders. I finally got my 1-year badge. It's been a real delight being a lurker in this community. Thanks, Gherk. You're the coolest centaur I know. Thanks, Mr. Goat. I appreciate it, man. It's a very fair price. Well, I don't want to make it expensive because then it's inaccessible to people who are learning, right? And then I don't want it to be too cheap because then it just gets piled into by everyone, right? And the value of what is learned there is lessened. So I feel like $25 is a solid balance. If you can't make Dillionaires pay for itself, then you're in the wrong game. Dillionaires isn't a perfect prize. Of course you'd say that. I really hate to say it, but is this descending wedge worth worrying about? Where? On GameStop? No, not particularly. If it broke down below 2250 again, that might be a problem. I've never made money off Pickles picks. I asked for a refund, but the shilling charge told me not to diamond hand my 510s into expiry. Psalm 130. You're so full of shit, Lawrence of Arabia. I've got your Ko-Fi from when Cat ran. It's priced between an Amazon Prime TV subscription and a Netflix monthly fee, but this one makes you money, I guess. YouTube. It's the YouTube membership and it links to the Discord. Chicken and Waffles. Tenarian emo. Guys, welcome. Well, Tenarian, welcome back to Dillionaire. Chicken and Waffles, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you guys so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
This is the type of day in the short sneakily places an order for 5 million shares of Upstart by to close, then goes for lunch. Maybe. $25 a month equates to a Starbucks a week. You could definitely raise it, but you would price out some people that are hesitant and genuinely trying to learn. Well, that's why I don't raise it. Believe me, I know the value of it. But I don't want to charge more. That Ko-Fi was approved because it was a lie. You're just not doing your job. Would you sell CCs on Apple going into earnings? Risky. Out of the money? Maybe like a spread? I don't think the IV is like that much higher, right? Is it really fucking worth it? What's your take on SPY right now? I mean, we're stabilizing at like 41.75. We pulled back to 41.75. There's some downside here. It's super fucking overbought. I would be careful of it, but could stay overbought until tonight. Earnings tonight are big, so if we do see some long side profit taking, I think 41.50, 4100 are the like big resistances to the downside. Puts are loading up below like 41.60, so price action like movement down could accelerate if we break through that. Right now I would say a pullback would be pretty healthy. Maybe to the like 41.38 level ideally, or 41.20. But if tonight's bullish, it can keep pushing up. Wait, I can get the same info for only 25 bucks a month? I don't know what you're talking about, not a pigeon whale. Pigeon whale for 11 months. Are you selling CCs on Upstart? Not yet. What horizontal support you have GME based on? This one? This is $23.24. Pretty sure it's like a historic price level. $23.25. 24.68's important. 23.25. 23.25 might have been what was 23.25? I think 23.25 was the previous peak, right? On this last run, like the one on last Friday. Ooh, shit. Jimmy doing big tip spreading. Speeder Comfort, welcome to Dillionaire. You too, Pebble. Mr. Patty Jake. Thank you guys so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get all three of you added and everyone added. If you want, you can @the mods. There's a channel that tells you how to do it, but if you need help, DM me. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Earlier this week, I heard you talk about upstart cost basis of some big banks. Can you please go over them again? Yeah, Vanguard's got a cost basis of like $120. And I think Morgan Stanley, or no, Vanguard was higher, actually. Hold on, let me look. I can't remember the exact numbers. They're ridiculous. So, yeah, Vanguard has a cost basis of 156, and Morgan Stanley has a cost basis of 122. BlackRock's 143. Coat Management, which has 1.6 million shares, is 61. State Street has a cost basis of 110. Or no, sorry. Bank of America has a cost basis of 110. Geode Capital Management has a cost basis of 125. Murray Asset Global Investments, cost basis of 190. The BOTS ETF has a cost basis of 185. I have deep in the money GME 317s. There's no volume and a large spread. Did I screw myself by not rolling out and up? Maybe. Although you should be able to sell at the mid, at least. Maybe calculate and price the option accordingly. Like use a Black-Scholes calculator, price the option appropriately, and make your own order and see if it fills. The market maker may pick it up if it's fairly priced. Can you say welcome to Dillionaire since I never got to hear it 8 months ago? Welcome to Dillionaire, Brett. Struggle Works, Fast Banana, welcome back. Big T Gaming, thank you guys so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. 510 getting back together. Show us your tips. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate it. Adrian, welcome aboard, man. Yeah, all of you guys, hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added as soon as the stream's over. 510 short bus gang for life. Jimmy just gonna grind up till market takes a poo? Maybe. They're definitely not covering on it, which is interesting. Maze, thank you so much. Guys, give Maze a big shout out for hooking you all up with some memberships. I really appreciate it, dude. Does not contain corpse. That's not mine, trash. That's gross. Horizontal freezer? White appliances? Come on. Alright, so here's the deal. Because I've been told to remind you guys. Free Cornichon memberships. Discount Dillionaires. Ugh. Hey Gurk, would log institutions come in to abuse upstart shorts? Possibly. Or they could just recall the shares that they lent them. If Upstart stays on Reg Show through this run, how would it run differently next run, considering it's NASDAQ and not NYSE? Congrats and stay smug. So here's the deal. One of them has an automated DMM. One of them doesn't. NASDAQ's automated DMM is hyper efficient at clearing fails. If it runs hard enough and realizes enough liquidity, expect the downside to be far more rapid than you would see on something like GameStop. Gork was in a meeting. Are my $40 Upstart calls I bought 5 months ago for last week that already expired? I never cost average going to print. Oh dear God. I mean, I hope so, but that sounds terrible. Did you ask me that twice? And I missed the first one? Did I read them both? Are you fucking with me right now? You bought them for last week? They already expired? If you upgrade at any point during the monthly period, you get a discount too. Oh, cool. Oh, Jesus Christ. Welcome to Dillionaire. True Crumb, Spider, Tyler L, and Matthew Przicki. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream. Oh, wait, where's the old Dillionaire song? I want to play that shit.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Matthew Hodge, Pickle Tax, thanks. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it, man. With the Upstart shorts being a prisoner's dilemma, are they all colluding? It's up to you to determine. I mean, they're all each other's enemies, so it's pretty hard to collude. I can sell Upstart 217 out of the money cover calls for more than I paid for my 2025 calls. I'm thinking about a PMCC here. Am I better off to just sell the long calls instead? That's a good question. It's up to you. Why not? Porque no los dos? Dan, welcome to Dillionaire. Oh, you're gonna find some things out. I appreciate the membership, man. Thank you guys all so much. Seriously, Bowler Guy 92, you as well. It'll be fun to have all the new people aboard. We're all gonna be so rich. Zillionaire are gonna be the new Cornichon. Glad to see PiFi getting the recognition. Superstock tried to deny him for so long. It only took a year of predicting runs and demonstrating more knowledge about how the market works than Ken Griffin. I don't think I'm at that level yet, but I appreciate it, Cody. Worst case for GME Upstart is a slow grind up into Feb OPEX. That would be awful. We don't want that. Worst case scenario would be we rapidly realize liquidity and then they slam the price. After the money you helped me make this morning, it's only right to become a zillionaire. Thanks for everything you do, sincerely. Thank you so much, Buller Guy. Congratulations, dude. You did it all on your own, believe it or not. But I'm glad I was able to help. Harrison, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Thank you, Sploosh. Welcome aboard, guys. If you... In the Discord, I don't know where the fuck it is. There's like some thread that says it's like how to join B and link your YouTube account to your Discord, and then you can use that to combine, and then you become... Shoot, since you're getting FOMO, let some of us pre-frag day billionaires show off a little bit. Hashtag long live 510 gang. Fuck yeah, man. I want another VUT movement because I want to hear the song again. Wait till later in the afternoon. Ken Griffin didn't know we were going to run for OPEX either, so maybe you are on the same level. He did have to roll his position, and I kept some of my weeklies overnight. Truth State upgraded membership to Pigeon Whale. Oh shit. Welcome aboard, True State. You've been here since like fucking day one, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Please don't forget to shit on the pores on your way up. Managed a 300% profit on Upstart IV play this morning thanks to the knowledge I learned from your channel. We all appreciate the hard work and everything you do. Thanks. That's why I do it. Sometimes. Well, that and to feed my own ego. You made my red dirt go away with bidet advice, and I doubled my port. Thanks a million. #1 stock centaur. Fuck yeah, Jimmy D. Look at all you guys. Making money. Nice. Buy high, sell low, daddy. Welcome to Zillionaire. Hit me up, man. You know the deal. Fucking talk to me on the Discord and stuff. So I think a lot of people get membership and their calls print. Have you noticed T+31 membership drop off after surges? You know, Zillionaires have actually mostly only gone up over time. It's got a better growth rate than fucking S&P. I just got here. Is Upstart Run about done at this point? I don't think so. I don't think it's even started yet. But I'm obscenely bullish and super biased. Any reason Upstart doesn't run this afternoon? Do you think they could lose control today? I want them to, McLovin. McLovin? Leuven? Are you French now? Where's Ugo? I'm still gonna pull back. I'm about to put 1 DTE. My regarded. Maybe. It could pull back. I don't want to say it's regarded to have a put. It could help offset losses or maybe give you some more time to exit any riskier shorter dated positions. Billionaires can be paid for by credit card. You were JPA's antithesis. Pronounce Ugo with an umlaut. Hugo? Or Ugo? I don't know how to. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's the dots? Like the two little. Yeah, my lips are really dry for that pop. There we go. Hugo. Whatever. Said we might celebrate with Cliff Bets later on Twitch. I'm excited. I hope you're doing well too. Hashtag dad. Thanks, Vatican Trash Kid. Maybe. I'll think about it. I might be in the mood. I did make a lot of money today. I haven't played video games in like 6 months. If he's French, it's Ugo. Okay. Nice shirt. Was it a lady doctor, you old dog? My doctor is a lady. I can't believe you didn't finish Monkey Island. Such a shill. Listen, man, I'm a busy guy. Some idiot bought Feb 3 3750s. I bought for 2 cents this morning for 12 cents. Awesome. If there's a pullback in Upstart, where do you see it going to since there's still no liquidity? Not very low. I think we hold 2250 at the worst, and frankly, it looks like we're holding 25, which is bullish as fuck. Hey Gerg, would a SPY put be decent to hedge Upstart in case the market takes a dump? Okay. I mean, I will say that the current formation on SPX is moderately bearish. We've multiple tests of the 4180 level, multiple fails, and now the trend's pulling back, which is going to incentivize profit taking. So there's a good chance the market pulls back this mid-afternoon. Is your doctor the cat lady? No. Jesus Christ. This collar's not very starched. It's hard to pop. It's a softer collar. Deep Dish, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
BTU Moon when? I don't know, like next like 6-7 months. Earnings might be good. Words can't describe how happy I am for you regarding Upstart. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. I appreciate that, man. Howdy, Gurk. You ruggedly handsome fellow. I find yourself to be underexposed on Upstart. If you find yourself to be underexposed on Upstart, do you have thoughts on how best to build a position without getting rugged after this run? Best to just wait. Probably theta and near the money with fairly restrictive stops. Alternatively, you could do like bull put spreads. Synthetic longs might not be bad. I don't know how much leverage you could get selling out of the money puts, but it could be okay. Like if you're willing to own Upstart at around 20, you might be able to get like some 25. So you could like sell a 20, buy a 25. It's not like a true synthetic long future, but it does give you some exposure, and you're not out of the money. Although risky. It is a little risky. But then, you know, if the call prints, you sell it off, you know, your cost basis on any assignment at 20 would be reduced, not only by the 7, like the credit you receive, but any additional profits on the call. So, I mean, that's like right now a 20 sold is a $13 cost basis after credit. So strike minus premium. Love you, Dad. Always buying early, with never enough data. Somehow always manage to come back from being like 50% down. In the future, can you tell us about this when it's at the low? Thanks for everything, Dad. I love you. I did tell you about it at the low, Jeff. So much. If anything, I talked about it too much at the lows. The random jumps in volume along with the price on Jimmy looks to be ETFs buying in at different times. Thoughts? I agree. Yeah, some of the ETFs have bought in on GME, but not very many of them, and not the larger short positions. So there's some realized liquidity, but very little, right? We're still very right now. We're still more illiquid than we were at the start of the March run. So think about that. That's how much covering is still yet to be realized. Watkins Ko-Fi is shockingly approved. What do you say? So those 2750 puts are going to be a real problem, correct? Also, you worked at a fund, so you would know this. What fucking risk desk would greenlight a continuous... Hold on. Or continuous hold of these deep underwater shorts seems kind of insane. Also, thanks for all the knowledge and the back and forth. I mean, the green light as long as it's continuously being hedged. And the position remains manageable. If the risk becomes unmanageable, they'll shut it down, right? I don't know if the 27 puts are going to be a real problem or not, but they're there. We don't even know if they're sold or bought yet. So what does all this mean considering the thesis on deferrals? You said we're in experimental mode regarding settlement windows this morning. Yeah, today is the first day of FINRA 4210 F6 settlement from the deferral period from MLK. So if it's a continuous sell side extension, today could be the first realization of that. This could also have nothing to do with the deferment and simply be the amount of market pressure on these over leveraged positions is forcing capitulation. You know, they're very illiquid. It's hard to get inventories to internalize. It's even harder to short through the market maker. And all of that can lead to, you know, that active fund pressure being realized far more than it normally would be, right? I still don't think either one have seen a significant reversion in liquidity, so I don't think any covering has been done yet. Apes tell me the institution's meant to click AMC, but the algo is hiccuped and read it as Upstart instead. Surely you can't make money on the market by trusting actual market mechanics. Crime, then? Maybe. Thanks for Upstart pick. Had to roll positions so many times, but this one little uptick paid for all the loss and profit, and had profit. Do you see a rug pull like Bobby? It's a NASDAQ stock, so I'd watch the downside, but we haven't realized any significant volume or volatility yet, so I think we're still pretty far away from that. I'm thinking March NVIDIA puts might not have enough theta. I might roll out to June. Okay, that's not unreasonable. You might want to, well, okay, that's not unreasonable. I don't disagree. I don't know what your strike is, but I don't disagree with getting more theta. What realistic percent gain on a run for Upstart $100 leap? I mean, you're gonna get so if Upstart really runs hard and we get a lot of volatility, you're gonna get, you know, your Vega's gonna go up. Your IV is gonna go up. You're very high on the smile, right? So your IV is gonna go up significantly more than it will at the money. On $100 leap, you know, a move up to like $33, $40, $30 or $40, let's say, is going to see an increase in delta as well. I mean, they can go up quite a lot. It's so hard to predict because we don't know how much IV is going to go up, right? They can go up a lot. You can look at historic runs, but this one might have the potential to be a lot bigger than those. How come no halts on Upstart yet today, even though there's someone in trouble? I mean, it's still a pretty low volume, and it hasn't gapped up a lot. Moved to Zillionaire after 18 months. Finally dumped Chrome for Firefox. Bullish. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Waffles, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hi, gang. I miss y'all. What's up, man? New job's been intense. Can't wait for things to let up a bit and save enough at work so I can jump back in. It's tough to loving trading, but have a 9 to 5. They keep us ants busy. Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. Don't stop talking. I'm so close. Fubo CC's win. Same deal. I still don't think we've seen any covering yet. Joining before the billionaire price increase? Let's fucking go. SPX got a bounce in the last possible moment. It did, yeah. I still don't think that's gonna be. I'm sorry, I'm not super focused on SPX today. I still have my long straddle, but I'm stopped out of like everything else, or the long side of my straddle. Long side of my long straddle. Let me pull up some more of my stuff because I haven't really had time to yet. All right. That's correct. That's fucking wrong. Should you pull the pigeon wheels down to mid screen? Yeah, I could line the flock up over here. Rids, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you. Okay, so SPX looks like it's gonna bounce here. More long positioning. Looks good. Let me get my future shit set up too. That's incorrect. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that also looks good. Okay, so yeah, futures look like another move up to test maybe 4,200 here. Um, all right, cool. All right, I got all that set up. Yeah, so futures look like they're gonna move up a little. Maybe another break of the 4190 level. SPX looks pretty decent to continue moving up here. Let's see. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Super fucking overbought though. Kind of freaks me out. This is still the upper range for the like SPX adjusted chart today. So we're like right at resistance right now. Good thing Guybrush is wearing a helmet. Is GME 70% short today again? It's not really that relevant, but I'm sure there's some internalization. GME's starting to look bad. I mean, it's consolidating. They're shorting it down as much as they can, but I wouldn't say it looks bad. I would say that they're using up far more liquidity than they need to. Shit's getting kind of wild on GME, actually. Upstart tip pulling back a little bit. GME's is too. So this is a little bit more stable range for both of them. Well, Upstart not really, but for GME, this is a more stable price range. I mean, they're fighting so hard to keep the market maker hedge from rolling over. It's just gotten just so volatile through here. Again, the realization or the attempt to stop the realization of this liquidity has been nuts. And even if we go back to previous periods where they covered, like if we go back to March or May, this is May, you know, May they pulled back like real hard one time, but then they just let it dump. I don't think they've ever fought back this hard against it. March a little bit. They tried for a couple days to fight back against it, but this has been nuts. Like this is wild. It really is. It's really a lot of effort to ensure the price doesn't go up. I think very importantly for them is this 2468 level. Because all of the shorts in the near term, the majority of shorts in the near term are below that, right? So a break of 2468 means that all of the positioning throughout this entire period of shorting, which was pretty massive, would be underwater. And this is the near term risk, right? And if that's underwater by the time this shorting is realized, that's fucking crazy, right? I'm not trying to get too exuberant, but what do you think Upstart could realistically hit? I'm just trying to play it by ear at this point. I mean, we're above Gamma Max. You know, we'll have more data at the end of the day. Hopefully, we see some things move around. Hopefully, we start to see some capitulation. But I mean, it could keep going. That's GME. That was GameStop. If you're shorting the stock, why would you bag hold until you're underwater? Sometimes you can't cover. I mean, those on GME, those aren't like long shorts, right? Those are synthetic shorts. So they're hoping that, you know, they cover their near-term obligations or their long-term obligations that they've left unsettled since like November, right? So the long-term obligations, which are up at like $25, those need 25 to 30, really. Those need covered now at these low prices, right? They needed to be covering those from like $15. But if they don't have all of those covered, and then the short-term obligations that are between 24 and 15, right? If those start to bleed, then they need to get the price back down to here or lower before the next round of liquidity is due, right? In order to stay profitable. Otherwise they go underwater on all of that positioning. And then, you know, obviously that works against their margin. Jimmy is very heavily synthetically shorted. Brian C. Clip it? Yeah. Risk is limited run at worst, though. I mean, Jimmy is functionally overpriced at this point, right? The pressure seen is institutions on both sides with limited liquidity. Retail doesn't matter. Oh, I agree that retail is completely irrelevant to the equation. SPY March 30 puts a good strike if we think the market is too exuberant right now. If not, higher strikes better. But it would be more delta risk if the SPY keeps running. March 380 puts a good strike. It's not bad. It's a little low for March, but like mid 3800s isn't so bad. SPY's a little different. But maybe like 38, 35. I still would wait till after earnings tonight before moving into anything, and then in the short term. Due to the deferrals, would you cover the short term shorting first and then long term? Well, no. You really don't want the obligations to stack like this, right? Because it means that you have to risk off all the obligations at once, which is very problematic. But no, those aren't due yet, so you don't want to cover those at all. You want to cover the initial ones. The problem is you don't want to cover the initial ones underwater, because if you cover the initial ones underwater, the price is already so high that you're massively at risk for the newer dated ones. It's all about like, you know, realized variance, right, between where the position is opened and where you close it. Because on GME, hold on. On GME, you know, the way these synthetic short positions work is ideally, you know, you start creating the synthetic short position here, right? You short all the way into the period where you have to cover, or where covering occurs, right? And then you go long, you capture the profits on the run up, and then you short again at the top. And then ideally the run up is always lower, right? That way, you know, all of your position is covered here. You've maximized your liquidity. So now you have plenty of ammo to short with. And you've covered everything for a cheaper cost, right? And then you short again. And then you run it again, and you're lower again, right? Instances like this, where the price is actually higher, these are bad. So here, you know, where they shorted from up here, they don't want the price to drive back up to those levels before they've covered everything. So ideally, you know, everything shorted from here through here is going to be covered under here. And then everything shorted from here to here, they want, you know, covered below that. But the problem is, you know, these haven't closed and these were just opened. So right now, the covering of these positions is driving price up, which creates risk in these positions. So deferrals are bad for them. They're not good. They're not beneficial for the short, like the short party, the operational shorters. And the ETFs are happy with this because they get to sell, they get to, you know, create shares at $50 and buy them back at, you know, 20. But the longer they push out that covering, the more and the more the price rises, the more risk there is in that position. And then you can end up with something like January of 2021 where all of the positions created leading into the run were underwater, right? So not only were the long shorts underwater in Jan 2021, like Melvin, right? But the synthetic shorts, all the operational shorting was consistently underwater. That's a really bad situation to be in because now you have compounded risk underwater and there's not enough available liquidity to cover. I'll try to clip all of it and edit it down. It's going to be a mess though. I mean, retail can have an effect through massive amounts of options leverage, but unless it's concerted like it was in 2021, and like everyone's just buying into calls, as many as they can feasibly buy, you're never going to get that same reaction again. Nvidia puts same like upstart hedge? Not really. I mean, totally different sectors. They're in the same index, but I mean, QQQ puts at that point would just be a hedge against upstart, right? Just to summarize it, GME is too risky a play for most single-sided investors, long or short. So if you aren't running algos tossing millions, just don't bother. I don't know. I still make a lot of money out of Gav. How's this for exuberant? I'm holding 1500 GME 30C 2323. Jesus fucking Christ. You're gonna lose all of that money. GME no longer moving with SPX. SPX isn't really moving with a lot of volume right now. Oh, shut the fuck up, OG rules. Took some great profit yesterday and today. I've been slowly moving out of my GME position because I don't think we've even started. I don't either. Do you think there will still be risk from pre-2021 positions? No, I don't. I think GME is systematically shorted quarter by quarter in a cyclical like on a cyclical position that is generates implied volatility. So they short volatility, then the peeling back of those short positions drives volatility up, and then they short volatility again. It's very advantageous, but I don't think there's any long short risk. If there was long short risk and naked shorts, Jimmy would be failing at a higher rate. Are we thinking that CATSUP's failing here at 243 support resumes back upwards? I have a short position, very in the money. I wasn't sure if I could capture more profit. You might want to set a stop. It's very quickly approaching the 240 resistance or support. So, it could stabilize there, and sometimes CAT can bounce back violently from its supports. So, I would say it's probably a great time to start thinking about taking profits, but it may have a little more room to go down. I know you've got a lot going on today, but do you think we'll have a time to talk through positioning for earnings tonight? In regards to what? Like the SPX? Just straddle it. I mean, it's not really that complicated, right? If I think near term IV is a little bit spiked, so you may want to get a tiny bit of theta on those for like maybe like 5 days, maybe 7. Just see which one's better. Your risk levels are augmented by your high market knowledge and immediate availability to react to changing conditions. This is not aligned with most investors in the space. You're an outlier. That's true. Thanks for saying I have high market knowledge, Gaff. Welcome to Dillionaire, Barry McCockiner. Good to have you aboard, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream. So just to be clear, the Melvin long short position is basically either irrelevant or too small to care, or already risked off covered. I think it's already risked off and covered. I think it took him a while. I think it took him maybe through like May of this year, May into June of this last year. But yeah, I think the long short position, or what remained of it, is gone. But as far as volatility shorting goes, there's never a reason to walk away from it. As long as people keep buying the dip, they'll continue to make money shorting volatility on GameStop. Thank you for helping me 2x the port today with all your teaching. You got a heart of gold, buddy. Thanks, Barry. What trading view indicator was that you used showing shorts versus longs? The white one or the squiggly one? Joe. It's a custom indicator that we built. That's it. The methodology is really not available. You can try to figure it out. Gherk, what is the T plus tendies on those 500k fails days from Jimmy earlier this month? The 500k fails on Jimmy directly are kind of irrelevant. Those are market maker fails. They don't really, although they can drive volume, they very rarely drive price action because they're generally a mixed bag of net short and net long. That's why we focus on ETF FTDs, because they're primarily net short. Actually, all FTDs on an ETF would be net short. So let's not say primarily, entirely net short. So there's really no reason to look at FTDs. They can drive volume, which can, in a period of higher fail to volume ratio, can generate additional failures. And FTDs are really important when you're on reg show during the forced settlement period. But outside of that very specific scenario, they don't mean shit. ETF failures are important though, because they can drive price action if they're sufficiently large. Probably Eisbar. So far, no one's even come remotely close. So does that mean SS is going to hang a mission accomplished banner up and sell their DRS shares now? I highly doubt it. They'll just say I'm like fudding them or trying to get them to sell, or I work for a hedge fund, because they're fucking delusional and trapped in a prisoner's dilemma created by owning shares of a stock that's worth, you know, $17 at $50 to $100 cost basis. I've done nothing but provide the best possible information I have at every moment for the last 2 years, to try to keep people from falling into that position. It's worked a little bit. But you can't save people from themselves, and you can't fix stupid or blissful ignorance. When RevRQ ups, I don't fucking know, man. If they get bought out, can you fix November OPEX looking at after today's price action? Are you enjoying November OPEX, Gaff? We're seeing a little bit of it. T+2 for today's run on Upstart. Does that mean Monday could be spicy? It could be, yes. A significant amount of call interest was driven into the money today. Let's see if it stays there for T+1. That's a pretty important part of that. Rory Burt, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Message me on the Discord. I'll get you after the stream. Do I have bad luck? I think you're impetuous and you make decisions on the fly that are against your best interests because you can't be patient. Some people are just like that, and they tend to lose a lot of money attempting to do what I do. You need to be patient. You need to sometimes sit on realized losses for far longer than you want to. And more importantly, you need to be confident in what you're doing. And Bipolar Bear, I love you, dude, but I really don't think you are sometimes. I think you're stressed out and worried, and that's not a good position to trade from. Sup, Pickle Daddy? I've been silent here a while, but lurking and learning. I set myself a challenge a couple of weeks ago to see how far I can make $100 go. It's currently up to 800. Thanks for everything. You're welcome, man. Don't lose it. Thoughts on DDS? Is it ever going to pull back or just climb up to infinity? I don't know. I bought shares of it like a couple months ago. I haven't sold them yet. I do have a trailing stop, but it hasn't triggered. It's in a whole nother realm of illiquid. Ever since Natty sold CCs, we've done nothing but go up. Sold Tuesday afternoon, I think. That's another person who's also not emotionally suited to trading. I'm just trying to be honest. I'm trying to be a prick. That's something you need to figure out about yourself if you're trying to do this as a way to make money or as a way to find more risk averse positions, find more things that you can do that aren't going to stress you out so much, things that you're better at managing. There's still opportunity to make money without, exposing yourself to tons of volatility. Appreciate your straight up feedback. I just tuned in. I think we're gonna see SPX 4200 soon. We're waffling. I'm not particularly fond of the current positioning, but there is some long side build up. I learned to buy Theta, best thing ever. Yeah, it takes a lot of the stress out of the situation. You have to admit the blissful ignorance is a nice feeling before you realize it wasn't a good thing. Not you, more us. Yeah, I mean, this is a very high stress game. It's not. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's rough sometimes. I tried to do low stress things, so I sold CSPs on Jimmy, Hubo, Upstart, and Rev. I became very stressed. You probably overextended yourself. You should never have a position open that you're not confident in. That's a good indicator for something's not right there. Either you're over leveraged or you're overextended. There's a ton of successful traders here with different styles in Discord. Maybe ask traders with less stressful style of trading. I'd be glad to show you what I'm doing. That's just crap though. I'm fairly new to trading, but the main thing that keeps coming back to me is to learn patience and never trade with emotions. Yep. What do you think they can price out everybody pre-market? It's always my concern. P.S. Be more smug. You deserve it. I feel like I don't need to be smug. I like it, but maybe when I'm drunk later. Upstart uptrend started at 8:40 a.m. Seems to have bounced a few times and just regained it. Yeah, it's got good momentum. The momentum's strong right now. I don't know if it's good enough to resist a downturn in the SPX, but hopefully we don't see one. Thanks for you. How are you feeling about Cat? I mean, I still have my puts open on it, but I have stops on my puts. If it starts bouncing a little more, I'll close the puts, use that to average down my calls. It could be a good entry point. The sell-off on it today was pretty rough. Maybe a little sector shift, but I don't think it'll stay low for long. If you compare now to the time back then before the COVID crash, when you kept buying puts that almost blew up your entire port, as you mentioned, where are we at this moment on the SPX chart? If I had it all to do over again, I would have been more patient. I wasn't patient when I was buying puts for the COVID crash, and I almost lost everything. I got pretty lucky because the last roll I did covered me through April, and yeah, I would have been broke if the market hadn't crashed, or well, steeply corrected. How do you learn when rolling in instead of out? When repositioning with profits from calls is the right move? Well, if you've confirmed that the run is happening now and you have a lot of theta, maybe you don't need as much of it and you would like more leverage. That's not something I would do without confirmation because you're increasing risk in the position, and that's generally not a good idea, right? At least not without taking some profits. But yeah, you would want to confirm a run is occurring. Also, trade when well caffeinated, so you don't end up doing the opposite of what you're supposed to do. I've made a lot of money accidentally buying the wrong contract. I've also lost money doing it, so yes, it's good to be awake. I find that waking up at about 7 or 6:30, I'm mentally good once market opens. I had a meeting with our marketing team and they literally told me to be pretentious. Let the smug flow through you. The inverse Kramer report is down 25%. Sad face. Nvidia puts now. Too soon. Be patient. Why cat puts when you said on multiple occasions that it was better to short the index? I bought puts for their earnings, Wessel Creations. So I had long calls and I hedged them with I took some profits and then I hedged my long calls with puts. I don't have it's not a neutral hedge. My delta is still skewed significantly bullish, but it does offset or pad the losses that I would have suffered otherwise. So do you think now, based on how much we have pumped in the last few weeks, it is similar to late December, early Jan back in 2020? Hard to say right now. Maybe December, maybe early January. But it's a very similar situation with multiple holidays stacked up on these settlement periods. So it's really exciting. I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, they've changed a lot of rules since then. The same risks are no longer there as far as like volatility swaps go, and you know that need for like hedging as volatility rises is significantly diminished by rule changes last year. But it can still run, right? Just volumetrically and on the market maker hedge. A repeat of Gen 2021, extremely unlikely, at least on GameStop. Pacific time of the jobby job. 6:30 is when the market opens for me. I gotta play more Pickles picks so I can do this full time. I mean, hopefully you can find your own picks if you want to do it full time. On Upstart, when looking to exit shares, which is best, selling in the money CC or just straight sell the shares? I mean, if it runs like double your cost basis, I think Upstart can pull back significantly for earnings. If liquidity is realized and you don't like your cost basis, or there's you're not going to capture a lot of the volatility by selling in the money covered calls, right? You'll capture some, but not a ton. And the deeper in the money you sell them, the more you're just selling delta. So if long-term holdings aren't a consideration, and you're more than happy with the move up, then you can shed shares as well. Both options are fine. If you're gonna sell far dated CCs, then you like in the money, you probably also want to hedge your like double the leverage on your downside hedge. Do you have pizza on Gamma Max? I don't. It probably changed, but oh wait, Piton I do. Hold on. Sorry. I thought you were asking for something else. Piton I should have the Gamma Max. Yes. I do have it for Peloton. It has broken Gamma Max today. Gamma Max is, or broke it yesterday. Gamma Max is at 1489. Is it possible for Upstart? Yeah, Upstart's in a riskier situation for the shorts. I still don't think it's going to be an exact repeat of that event, but it could run a lot. It has a lot of potential. Our Upstart tips still very divergent. They pulled back a little bit over this period of consolidation, but I don't think there's a lot of room to pull back. Sorry, man, I'm at the market chart. Based on how much the market is pumped, do you think it's similar? Oh, no, it's not as crazy as the bull run coming out of the COVID crash, but it's a big pump. I mean, we're definitely moving up. Maybe at like the 4,300 level, we'd be a little closer to that, like a real big risk off situation. Do you ever set CC orders with limit orders? Yeah, some things like Upstart 35 DT $20 for 15. Meaning the order only writes the CC it can trigger at 15 of take profit. Would take out my cost basis. Yeah, I do that pretty frequently. Double the leverage on your downside hedge. Do you mean buy puts as well? I mean, yeah, you could do that. Do they have T+2 or 3 for this deferral period? This deferral period lasts from February 1st through February 6th, right into the ETF FTD period for both Upstart and GME. All deferrals move the settlement date. So Feb 1st has T+3 or T+2 and T+5. Feb 2nd has T+2 and T+5. Feb 3rd has T+2 and T+5. It's extremely frustrating. Even if we were to realize liquidity now, we still wouldn't be able to narrow down if it's 15C3-3 or FINRA 4210 F6, because we are still within the settlement period of the previously deferred settlements. But we would have a better idea, and we would also be able to confirm that there's a fourth trade that we were previously unaware of. So narrow it down, but not perfect it, unfortunately. I already see the flaw there, and better to highlight it now before I have to explain it 1,000 times later. Looks like Cat found a bottom. Thanks to the info earlier, I ended up getting stopped out, but I consider getting back in at these prices. Nice. Given your position, do you usually hedge your positions overnight? Sometimes. I have a constant hedge in place that I maintain on the VIX. For the most part, that protects me from any, unexpected news or massive market moves that may occur in PM or after hours. Sometimes if I'm really overexposed, I'll hedge with like minis. But generally the VIX hedge is more than sufficient. If this is truly upstart OPEX, we might see more momentum starting in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Maybe. Do you know potential deferrals go beyond Feb OPEX? I mean, Feb has a holiday during the settlement period again, so it's very possible. So if they run it now, right, and they're able to clear out November, like the August through November liquidity that's remaining, they would need to get the prices back to the low, near the low from this period in order to run it again in like March. Did you cut your cat calls? No, they're for March. I'll probably average them down a little bit. I bought some more yesterday. I don't know if my puts have closed. Okay, so my puts have closed. I might use some of the money from the puts to average down a little more. I'm not gonna be super impatient with it though because of earnings tonight. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. They're looking very rough right now. I mean, they just got rejected from the higher test. I have enough. I think I have enough theta. I mean, I can always roll out if I need to, but what are your thoughts on the market for the upcoming few weeks? I think a lot of it all hinges on the earnings tonight. Do you expect heavy shorting with upstart earnings report like last time? Heavy shorting with the upstart earnings report like last time? It's possible, yeah. I mean, I know the expectation is for their earnings to not be great, and I think they've kind of forewarned that with their recent layoffs. Like, it's foreshadowed at least. And, the credit markets are starting to stabilize, but they're still fairly illiquid. The interesting thing, I don't think it'll take, once credit markets do stabilize, I don't think it'll take very long for Upstart to turn their balance sheet around rapidly. Also, with earnings, there's always the potential for surprise with the buyback. So, something to be cautious of. On the bullish side. I don't think they're going to announce another buyback. They still need the cash they have on hand. BTU looks like a big cup and handle consolidating with potential run to 40. Also met Coalfute spiked to 340 a ton yesterday. Nice. I'm very bullish on BTU. I think there's plenty of time for it to realize those prices, and that's something you should be prepared for. And I swear to fucking God, if you ask me about it every goddamn day from here till the point it runs, Sisyphus, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you until it runs. If earnings are bearish tonight, the Upstart GME run postponed. It could offset it, yeah. It'd be a lie to say otherwise. We haven't seen any realization of liquidity. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, this rising price, mostly due to the market pressure. So high beta because we're illiquid, market rising, forcing the price up. It hasn't really forced any capitulation either, so I would say that the shorts are really hoping earnings miss tonight too. Fuck off, Rocket Man. I'm bearish on the year, but I'm not stupid enough to bet against the momentum right now. Okay, but when will BTU realize those prices, and are you bullish? You guys want coal sores? What? Head and Shoulders rejected on futures? How hard? Nah, what Head and Shoulders? Is it really a Head and Shoulders at this point? This kind of just looks like a descending wedge breakout. No, I don't think it's rejected. I think it's got pretty good, pretty strong long side. Might retest. Might see SPX retests 4180 again. No, I don't like crypto. I think it's a fucking waste of money. Do you plan on securing Upstart gains before close today to avoid risk of the market dropping overnight from poor earnings? I might secure some. Yeah, I'll probably capture some profits. I already have. I captured some earlier. I feel at ease going into an afternoon. Does this mean I'm finally properly hedged? Maybe. Profits taken, Bulls Roost positioned. Time for VUPs. Who's my favorite viewer? I don't know. You need a waste of money except for ADA, right? Right? I mean, I own it. It doesn't mean I enjoy owning it. It can be very profitable as a trade. I don't, beyond that, I don't really see the value in it. Not unless someone can beat Visa's payment processing. But I'm not your least favorite viewer. That's most likely walk-in. It's probably like walk-in or emergency exit. Some of the other super shilly people in the Pores chat. Lunchtime over. Time for the whales to pamp the market. Well, lunchtime's over. What do the numbers for Jimmy at the bottom of the screen mean? They're the neutral points for each Greek on the options chain. Yes, he does. I've seen him in here. I don't care what he says. Are you going to SLD from 44? Are we going into SLD from 4400? Maybe. I mean, I still don't think the effect of the pullback would be greater than like 200 or 300 BPS though. Talking about CAT, do you think buying 235 puts for the 17th Feb expiration would be a good idea, or chasing a drop given a previous support at 236 crossover and the uncertainty of the overall market? I mean, Dow's pulling back a little bit today, but I don't know if that's gonna sustain. I think that's more of just like a sector shift of people getting way too fucking bullish on tech again. Uh, I can see Cat bouncing back very easily, and I don't think betting on the like if you want to hedge the downside of it against your long positions, it's not that bad. But betting on the downside of it, you're better off just shorting Dow. It tends to have really volatile downside, and it can bounce and sustain higher prices for long periods of time, which makes it very difficult to maintain your theta on your options contracts as they bounce in and out of the money. Hey guys, how's everyone doing today? What's up, Rickpolopotamus? Even when I'm sorry, GB's earnings are asking for a friend. Not yet. I'm sorry, it's the 14th, I think, of February. Hear me out, we call it Swift 2.0, but it's really just a third AMC share copy that we trade fractionally. Don't worry, this isn't the same as dilution. I fucking love it. Where do I sign up? How is SPX OI positioned for earnings tonight? Still skewed a little bullish, although there are some short positions building up with the VIX dropping. I would say the market's largely unprepared for a big miss. I hope I am top 1490 of your favorite viewers right now. Boof. Ever since I've known that you were the snack guy. Nothing but respect. Koala Hugger Moonwin. I mean, Koala Hugger's banned. Moonwin's irrelevant. I'm in the top 10% of your favorite viewers. It's a fact. I don't pick favorites. I care about everyone equally. Gurk, I bought Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta calls all out of the money last week. Now we're all deep in the money. What do? My port is up like 40%. I'd be fucking careful, is what I'd do. 3 of those companies have earnings tonight. So maybe trim profits and hedge. Is there a better average down my March 260 cat C or buy 250 to better capture upside? Both are options. One's a little less risky. At least if your 250s go in the money and your 260s don't, you'll balance out the trade. I mean, I already went with the latter option, but up to you. Do you think it would be unwise to hold Feb 3rd GME 25 calls into Friday? Usually. The GME run has not started as far as I can tell. There's more pressure, but it hasn't we haven't seen any volume or liquidity restored. Check DMs. What do you got? Ah, you fuck. Closing all the positions from earlier. Bullish. Those might be synthetic shorts then. Maybe we're right about that. I'll start adding. It'll take a while to bring them up to speed. Oh crap. Shit. It warms the cockles of my heart knowing you care for me the same as Roaring Kitty, Dork, J-Fresh, and Walken. Sure. So safe to say I'm in the top 1500. Damn straight you are. Twat Waffle, you have any resistance for SAX? Just being greedy? Do they exist? Or is this just another NoPEX? 4180 is pretty strong. 4190 to 4200 is weak. It's still weak. So a break above 4200 is pretty unlikely today. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's still almost a little too weak. Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. I appreciate it, man. I heard mention of SLD. When's the next SLD time period? Feb 15th through 2021? 20? 20 or 21? I don't have a fucking calendar right now. I think it's the 20th. I actually bought Boyle. Help. Oh, Jesus. Dumb. Any chance this pump is just Credit Suisse finally getting around to their securities? Sold, not yet purchased. Probably not. I mean, at least not yet. Upstart negative beta. Ken? No? Looks like it's sold off on the downtick. I'm not interested in staying this channel unless I'm bottom 2,500 viewers. You're whatever you want to be, popcorn trader. Hey, you're curious, how do you know why on my synthetic long position on Fubo has the calls up 150%, CSP only down 20%? The calls have consistently gone up, but the CSPs are stagnant. What's your CSP sold at? I mean, if you're sold at 3, you're very close to the money still. The calls are more sensitive. And as IV goes up, the CSP value, premium value increases, right? So CSP is short vol, calls are long vol. I don't know about that, Mr. Little Pickle. Gherk, you weren't on my YouTube homepage today, Cess? Probably just shadow banned. I did call Super Stonkers delusional earlier, so yeah. They usually report the stream a bunch when I do that, and I get shadow banned for a little while. I'm top 30, you know it, based purely on the fact that I have CRD number, and if I get doxxed, there's a good chance I'll become a full-time trader. Those things could happen. So I have to have 33% of my port, up 38%. This is some fun. Nice, man. I forgot IV increases on both sides. Yep, should have called them delusional. Delusional? Ha! Ha! I love buying calls for sub Black Shoals value. Thanks for introducing me to this. No problem, man. Sometimes hear me out. Sometimes we go down hard at 1269. That's true. Sometimes we go up hard at 1269. Right after going down hard. You were still on my homepage without a subscription. Wow. I can't believe you wouldn't click subscribe. And the bell icon, so you get notifications when I go live. To do it? Aha, I did the shill thing. Don't hurt me, Pickle Daddy. I'm not. Where do you think we could end this week on GME? $23 or up a bunch? I don't know yet, man. It's really going to depend on the market. They're not covering. We know that, right? So if they're not covering and the market goes down, GME's going to go down too. You're like, but it looks like they're covering. No, they're not. You would know if they were. DM. It's just OG rules again. Sending me, so they're going long now? That's a lot of fucking Feb 27 calls. Jesus Christ. YouTube bandwidth department called. They requested you to do a poll so they could up their numbers for the day. They're Feb 10th, $27 calls, not Feb 27th for Upstart. There are a shitload of them. They're all for next week. They're at 21, 22, and $27. Like 20,000. More. 22,000 calls. Don't know if they're bought or sold, but they're there. The meta pumped to the rest don't. Market's rigged. Could have been a sweep. Quick name. Didn't read the poll, but I'm bullish. So either it's really good or really bad. Cool. Yeah. I position accordingly. Can you move your lineup on Jimmy so it can run? No. I don't move my lines so you can feel more bullish. Zoom in for MOASS. I'm sorry. A 14-cent price increase is not MOASS. Thoughts on protective puts for Apple? Looks like it dropped 25%. Pretty consistent in previous retractions. Does buying before or after earnings for May make much of a difference? I don't know your cost basis. I mean, protective puts are probably not a bad idea this year, especially if you have a large position. I don't know if I'd buy them before earnings when IV is spiked, but I guess you could consider that. How bullish are you on Tesla breaking 200 next week? Does it depend on tech earnings? Largely, yeah. Cost basis is 0. Wait, are you serious? How does the risk-free rate affect pricing on the options chain? It's part of the calculation in determining options pricing. It also affects row. Couldn't Tesla break 200 tomorrow if earnings are good today? Maybe. I would imagine if earnings are good today, Tesla would just open above 200. I named Blueberry Batman the handle winner several months ago. Update: Frog Dong's Quaint takes the cake. Yeah, that one's hard to say 3 times fast. I got them as a dividend in '83. I didn't have any access to them until a couple of years ago. My Gmom was a star. Damn. Fucking yeah, why not have protective puts, right? Lots of theta. Blueberry Batman and Frog Dong's Quaint both really feeling the love. Any offering potential here? Maybe. It's above Gamma Max. Still rising. It's about 20% above Gamma Max, almost. So yeah, there's some potential there still. I don't know how. I don't really know the financials for Peloton, but I would imagine they need money. Those options were all pretty near the mid. It's 2.37 million shares worth. That's nuts. It's pretty cool. Unless they're sold, in which case that's super shitty. Jimmy, the Peloton e-money so bad they submitted an application to Upstart. Jimmy looks like it's about to be slingshot to the stratosphere. It kind of looks relatively flat still. I wasn't calling this OPEX, Byronic. Was it predicted in a manner? The date? No. The realization of, well, the market run was predicted, so the effects of the market run, yes. Here's an alternative. Maybe you just don't understand fuck all. And it's confusing for you, and so you lash out. How are you feeling about the potential duration of this Upstart run? Will you be looking to set stops today? Thanks, man. Probably, yeah. Some stops. I still think we haven't realized any liquidity on either stock. I always, well, I'm sorry you feel personally attacked, the engineer, but I always feel like there's a contingent of people that don't understand what the fuck is going on and assume that others can't as well. Hi, that's me. I don't know shit about funk. CPB is approaching its EMA 200. When would you confirm a bounce? Are you still in this? Are you buying into it? Are you in it or buying into it? Buying into it. Pretty close. Next 50 cents to, let's say you'd want to see a bounce before 49.50. Otherwise you'd wait. The obligation settlement is easily fudged. That was the whole, I was upfront about that right from the beginning. It's super opaque. There's very, very, very little literature on any of it. Almost all of the deferrals can be extended in some way at FINRA's discretion privately without any public information being released. But we don't care about that. We just want to be able to narrow down the windows in which they cover. We don't need the date they cover, right? It'd be great if we had it, obviously, you know, having the golden ticket would be fucking awesome, but we don't need that. It's not a necessity. I don't think anywhere through the initial laying out of the deferral thesis, through the realization of some of it, did I say this is 100% guaranteed or foolproof. It is not. I was very clear that this is a whole new theory. There's still a lot to learn. Even if we settle today, we don't even know which deferral it is yet. Right? If we were to settle today and all the liquidity comes flooding back today, we still wouldn't know if it's 15 C-3 or 15 C3C C3 or FINRA 4210 F6. So we wouldn't even know which one, right? We just want to know that there's a period of days that we can narrow down and what to look for when a deferral happens, when liquidity isn't realized. I guess we just want to know how quickly one could jerk themselves off via their alt accounts. I should use this $3 to bleach my eyes, but Ko-Fi's ain't free. Buy any far-dated SPX puts on a test of 4,200. I might buy some more. I have some 4,000s and 4050s. I might pick up some 4,100s. I might just straddle tonight and leave the puts I have in place. I only hear 100% guaranteed every time you speak. Yeah, nothing's ever 100% guaranteed. The market is a chaotic system. Predictions on it inevitably change the outcome. Hold up, SS told me I'd be able to sell my fractional GME share for at least 30 million. You were lied to. There is a lot of short-term positioning that's wildly profitable on SPX right now. Am I dumb to try and play some end-of-day profit taking before an evening of uncertain earnings calls? Absolutely not. He doesn't have any tools. He just has MACD. Am I a regard for selling $4 CCs on Fubo for 217? Probably. I don't know. It could run, and then you're gonna regret it a lot. Hey Gherkin, follow from last week. I'm donating again to humbly appeal my Discord ban. I promise to be more well behaved and not ask you about NFL games. I just want to learn. Please don't make me go back to Charlie's vids. I'm trying to think if the pain from you insulting my ice cream sandwiches is diminished. I don't know. I don't know if I can forgive you, Vinegar Donut. If earnings are good, bad, could we see a $7 to $10 move on the SPY? Or is that too volatile? Yes, we could. I don't know if we'll see $7 or $10 on the upside, but you could see 7 or 10 on the downside. Do you recommend any trading classes or courses? Absolutely not. I love to get into options trading, but I am looking for a foundation. Buy options as a strategic investment. Make it your Bible. I don't understand some of the concepts you talk about. I'll reiterate the sentence I just said. Buy options as a strategic investment and make it your Bible. 2 to 3% seems excessive, but I wonder. When ban walk-in poll. Are you leaning bullish on tech earnings due to layoffs, or think that has been priced in due to the labor market news cycle recently? Are you leaning bullish on tech earnings due to layoffs? I think they're going to try to obfuscate their contracting margins. So yeah, I'm leaning a little bullish on them. I think they're all big enough to pad an extra quarter if they need to. But that's going to be a really harsh reality for quarter one when they have to start lowering their guidance. At least Microsoft was honest. And they'll probably do better than all the rest of them through a recession. Did I mess up unblocking Vinegar Donut and Ko-Fi? No. I have to think. I have to think on it. I got hooked by TD's Twitch ad for investing. Oh boy. Let's go upstart to 60. That's I would calm down. Theory options flow we're seeing on upstart has been bought sold with no concern over price. Just to get MMs to hedge and churn volume in order to get off reg show tonight. Are they really churning that much volume though? I mean, maybe enough to get off reg show. I don't disagree. Reversal trades. Gork, I was in a meeting. You don't sound smug enough. How about this? If everything in the market is running and Jamie hasn't realized anything volume-wise, isn't that bullish? I mean, it can increase our fails. Can you talk about when an appropriate... Thank you, Twat Waffle. You don't only have to speak to me through $20 super chats. I'm not going to stop you. But... I know you're a pigeon whale. I wouldn't want to insult your ability to pay to chat, but... Ah, fuck it. Just keep doing that. It's working. I still don't understand this buy high, sell low thesis. Is there a book that can help me? No. Docu getting covered a bit. Oh, that's cool. I think upstart looks okay for a bounce into the end of the day. I think it'll be dependent on this. Moving higher. Hope your doctor was able to remove the golden goose egg lodged in your rear. You beautiful mythical stock beast. Port is up 40% today. Thank you, Senpai. Congratulations, Chagu. That's fucking awesome, man. Go, Fubo, go. Yeah, Fubo's running a little. The best thing I can have for Microsoft is EU killing their Activision buy. Yeah, I mean, they didn't really time that very well. Pickleman, Fubo covering more likely today or tomorrow? I don't know. $3 put capitulation is a big deal if it happens. I don't think it's happened yet. Whale's just being whales. You don't ignore his comment that way. Does the book cover overall market mechanics? Some. You're gonna need to dig into a lot more academic papers and stuff if you want to start learning market plumbing. Are you straddling the market tonight or buying puts? I wouldn't start there though. Are you straddling the market tonight or buying puts? Straddling. Do you think Microsoft can hit 265 today? Maybe. If SPX hits 4,200, sure. I'm just not sure that's gonna happen. And I also think we're getting, like, Gamma's starting to flatten out around 4180, so we're getting kind of range bound now. It's my pleasure. I appreciate everything. I think more people should realize what we got here. Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. I appreciate that, dude. Picked up some April SPX 3200 puts for 640 earlier. Thanks for pointing them out over the weekend. Picked up some April SPX 3200 puts for 640 earlier. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, if VIX spikes and the market drops hard, those will do very well. But remember, the plan on those is not to have them go in the money, right? The plan on those is, increased implied volatility. They have a very, very healthy multiplier. Twat Waffle, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Twat Waffle a big shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Welcome aboard. Why is VIX increasing? Vote my GERD. Remember the elephant's foot? Crazy shit. Would you please explain why you were bullish on a continuous upstart run Although we were above Gamma Max 20%, how can you tell Upstart being up 25% today is only market pressure? Thanks for trying to learn. The synthetic short positions at 22.50 and $25 on Upstart have not fully closed. They're trying to reposition and maintain a lower price. If they do reposition, Gamma Max is going to move up, first of all, which Gamma Max frequently does when the price increases rapidly in a short period of time. Second of all, we haven't seen any capitulation from long shorts, but we do see sustained increased price and a lack of liquidity. So I think there's still a significant amount of potential on Upstart, and I think it is far from over. Now, are we going to realize all that potential right now? Maybe, maybe not. But the market pressure right now is helping us force repositioning. Gherkin, can I shower? I think about all the good times we've had in here. Thanks, Kendra. I'm glad I can bring you that. Would it be weird if someone had your calf tattooed on their calf? Not at all. Are there any papers you recommend? Your understanding of market mechanics is impressive. I like to study how it works before you get into options trading. I mean, yes, I have a very large download file of PDFs, but they're kind of all over the place and not very well organized. I don't know how readily I could provide them to you, but you can shoot me a DM, and if I have some free time, I'll try to send some more basic ones your way. I don't know really what aspect of market mechanics you're trying to look into. I would suggest learning things about, you know, valuations and like fundamental valuation and options trading and things like that before you get into the plumbing of it all. But I guess you could try to do it in reverse. Mickey, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream, dude. We're above my Fubo cost basis. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, NW. That's awesome. You said Fubo was a long play? We're gonna hit $12 end of week. Well, if we do, it won't be a long play anymore. Do you look at put OI to determine short capitulation? Not entirely. Buying April SPX puts today a good idea? It's not terrible. The price is very elevated. I would choose your targets wisely. Did AMD GM move way up after yesterday? It moved up a bit. I still haven't sold any covered calls. That's my big secret. I'm being super greedy. Yeah, AMD Gamma Max is at 87.78 right now. Again, AMD hasn't broken Gamma Max since like 2021. So, ooh, Fubo back to break 325. Shit. IV going up on these garbage calls I bought? I'm thinking of doing reverse Jade Lizard on SPX overnight. Somewhat related question. What is a reverse Jade Lizard? You should not be trading those if you don't know what they are. For Upstart to go up this much in one day, we can safely say the shorts have at least been repositioned a little, right? A little bit, yes. And there's been a little bit of capitulation as well. So there's been repositioning, there has been capitulation. That's what's allowed us to rise to these levels. But they are very persistent in their desire to continue shorting. But long shorts are starting to get very exposed. Most of the long shorts on Fubo are concentrated between like $20 and $30, with the majority of those between 20 and 25. right? And so the rising price is starting to put pressure on them, and they need to hedge their long short position. And if their hedges blow up, then they're really in trouble. Up 300% of my Fubo $3 weeklies. What do I do with my hands? I don't know. What do you like to do with your hands? I think it may be important to clarify that you can consistently make money if you understand fundamentals, and you can sometimes make a lot of money knowing market plumbing. Yes. But if you understand both, you can consistently make a lot of money. If Fubo got to 13 by end of week, I would be so stupidly rich. Yeah, that'd be really, you know what? That'd be fucking awesome. Is it all possible for Upstart to hit 30 today? I mean, the market's retesting 41.85. Zero DTEs are building up a little bit at 41.90, so maybe we need a big push, and we don't really have a lot of volume yet. Maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. What's up, turd? Larry been buying March calls on his ETFs this morning. You're welcome, pores, of which I am. That's awesome. Thanks, BlackRock. Oh, shit. I'm tuning out, Gurk. Position and hedge for tech earnings. Let's see how it plays out. Thanks again. I really enjoyed the euphoria and stream today. Thanks, Yoza homie. Do you have or would you share GM for Fubo? Seriously, not wanting to annoy you with repeat questions. It's fucked up right now because the price is so low. It's like 50 cents. We're way above it. Hopefully we get more options volume and we get a better idea of where it is. But when stocks are like sub $5, all of that shit starts to kind of fall apart. This $14 Fubo, this 14 Fubo CC I sold are now worth $1,008 credit. I only sold them for 172. Feels bad, man. The question is when to sell the remaining 26 contracts I have available. I would probably try to just be patient and wait till there's some realization of volume. These moves up are all very slow and grindy. There hasn't been any real breakout or massive increase in volatility. People are being I think people are being a little impatient. Not really impatient, but a little impatient. Not that there's anything wrong with taking profits and selling covered calls. It's fine, but a little restraint sometimes needs to be exercised to maximize your potential. Do you or the quants use TA lib? What? Upstart bar rate going up to 81%, so no covering yet. I know. I blew up my port and had to paper hand again. God damn it, Bean. Gherkin Bobby? No. It's just the other scene from Twitch. I also have the School of Stock one. Of course, we ran on the day when I had very busy with work and stuff and had no ability to monitor positions, so I had set trailing stops. Of course, stopped out, but profits are still profits. You can always reposition, man. As the last time I checked, calls are still for sale. But congratulations on making some money, Alex. You probably did better than most. I wonder what your endgame thesis is on Upstart. What would you realistically think Upstart would hit if all the stars aligned? By the way, thank you for all you do. It could go up a lot. Like I said, it has a ton of potential. A Python package for programming charts? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we use it. When are you selling Palantir CCs? Oh, I'll probably wait a bit. Christ. Well, that's a bit too bullish. I don't know. Gamma Max is far away, but it's been a really long time since Palantir broke Gamma Max. Tough to time. Maybe at $10. Or I'll wait till it starts to slip and sell them in the money. Yeah, if earnings are good, we'll probably get more upside. Made 3.3K. Nice, dude. Are we holding capital until we see volume on stocks? No. I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of stocks that I own. I'm not really. I have some cash on the side. Is GME even a meme stock anymore? Yeah. What are you confused about on Bobby? How much theta would you want if you planned on repositioning on Upstart today or tomorrow? Enough. I don't know. Probably more than 30 days, unless there was volume. Like a significant amount of volumetric covering. I would be buying like longer dated stuff, especially when IV's crushing in periods like this consolidation. These are always really good entry opportunities. How's selling CCs on things like Nvidia, Docu, Palantir looking right now? I'll probably be ready to. I don't own any Nvidia, but I'll probably be ready to sell some CCs on Docu and Palantir soon. I think they still have more room to go, and I don't want to be too bearish on earnings tonight. It's tough. I mean, everything tells me I should be, but the market sentiment is clearly against it, and all Amazon, Apple, and Google all have the ability to present positive earnings, and if any one of them does well, then the market could continue up. Yeah, I'll probably do more School of Stock videos at some point. It's just it's very time consuming for me, and I generally don't have a lot of time. Sold a few Fubo CCs for Feb 17th at 350. Dangerous? At least they aren't super expensive to buy back. A little bit, yeah. You generally don't sell covered calls into rising prices. Upstart doesn't want to push past 2850. I mean, nothing's really forcing another move up right now, so. Upstart close over 25, and I'm very happy. Yeah, I agree with that. Guy asking about buying Bobby puts at 400 IV. Oh Jesus, why? Why wouldn't you just like sell naked calls? Fuck, the puts are pricing in like 50 cents. 1 second. Would you like to roll GME Feb 17s? When would you look to roll? I rolled them already. I rolled them out to March. This morning. Now's probably not as great, but it's probably better than it was last night for the Fabs. For weeklies, last night was fantastic. Ignore that call, it's spam. It wasn't actually, but it was irrelevant. When he says 1 second, do you think he's talking to us or the cat lady? I was answering my phone. Thanks for answering my questions. You truly are providing next level intel here. I DM'd you those PDFs. Should you find some time to send them? I'll try to send you some stuff, man. If you can, specify what specifically you're trying to learn about, because that would help me a lot. Was it your blacksmith? New shoes come in? How's Harold? Haha. Might enter NVIDIA put June 150. Okay. Can you just post the PDFs in Discord so everyone can read? Maybe. Which ones? See, here's the problem, is a lot of people confuse like academics and capitalism. And they don't work well together. So if you're asking me to feed you like the stuff we're looking at in the market, no. If you just want basic shit about market plumbing, sure. Upstart bar fee to 8170. Nice. Gork, should we do SPX 4300 0 GTE calls now? You'd be proud. I've only full ported once during this week. Is this what progress is? Good job, man. And no, 4300 0 DTE calls are super fucking greedy. I mean, they could print, but they're super greedy. How did you learn to time exits on runs? I somehow managed to exit at the low of the day on every run. It sounds like you're overholding and you're unwilling to sell while your contract is going up, and instead you're selling while your contract is going down, but you're waiting for it to bounce for too long. You need to set stops when you hit resistance and stick to them. When you make more money, then you can set looser stops, or you're more able to reposition after you get stopped out. But when you have a little account, set your fucking stops. If you get stopped out, you made money. You're up. Now you have a slightly bigger account. When you have a real big account, you can do shit like not setting stops, chasing. But yeah, when you're in a small account, you know, watch for resistances, look for turnarounds. if the stock's trading a lot of volume and the price isn't going up, it's probably nearing a turnaround. It's not too complicated, but setting your stops and exiting, that's hard. It requires, you know, discipline. Would you pick up Upstart 0 DT first thing tomorrow morning? Assuming earnings are good on mega caps, I might not. I don't know yet. It's not tomorrow morning. Is there anyone that is consistently profitable simply following your pickles picks? Buy Monday morning, sell when profit? I don't know. Probably. I haven't really asked. I know people are like, oh my god, pickles picks are the best, but I assume they're managing them well. My portfolio has done phenomenally over the last year, so I'd imagine anybody in line with that would be even this piece of shit that I don't pay attention to is back up at like fucking 70 grand already. And I just transferred all the money out of it. What's up, Pablo Domingo? Yep, we're still hanging. Good to see you, man. Stock God. Thanks, Girk's publicist. In regards to Upstart shorts, yeah, I can't stand it. I know they planned it. I'm gonna set it straight. It's Defergate, because their diamond shorts are so tall, it's just a mirage. I'm telling y'all, it's sabotage. I'm okay with flat at 25. What's wrong with flat at 25? They gotta hold that shit overnight, right? Bar rate's up too. My $100 is currently, I realize those are BC Boy lyrics. $100 currently, 2,500 thanks to Pickles Picks. Even after losing 90% of it on Bobby and Rev. Nice, Alan. Congratulations, dude. You ever wonder if the real MOASS was the uni recipes we learned along the way? Maybe. I have Upstart March C's, traveling tomorrow to see my son play college baseball. I'm very nervous about not being able to track my calls. Don't you have a phone? Enough theta to withstand bad earnings? Maybe. If they're up a lot, why don't you just hedge them or take profits before you're away, right? Like if you know you can't manage them, wouldn't you want to just take profits or hedge? I've been busy all day after I got a few puts early this morning. Now that everyone's made a ton of money with calls, can I make some cash? Why would you buy puts on an up day? No, I understand. Did you buy some theta on them? Puts are always better with more theta. Would you watch your son play baseball when you can watch your calls lose 50%? Cat on a slow grind up. Yeah, it's recovering a bit. Andrew, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll add you after the stream. Nice, Dana. Congratulations. Be careful, don't lose all your money. How's liquidity looking on our boys? They have enough juice to stuff market pressure. No? Market pressure works against their juice. Yeah, right now they're stable, but if the market moves up again, they're gonna lose their extremely tenuous grasp. $24.50 is still extremely important on GME. Is this just a bear rally? It's a little more than that. But I think, yes, the economy is not improved, even though inflation is better. Nothing else is. And the effects of constant rate increases are yet to be felt. So, yes, but a big one. Maybe one big enough that longs start to recall shares. And then if longs start to recall shares and everything gets driven up, they may want to sell them. Draxx, what's up, man? To the centaur of my financial world, biggest revelation was you can always buy in if you got stopped out, and there's always another play. What a fucking champ you are. SPX 1 DTE bought at the money at close, a decent hedge for earnings tonight. You're only hedging the upside? Or just like a put? It could be. Needs to move a lot for you to offset the theta decay. Because like an at the money, I don't know if you're buying a put or a call, but yeah, I really don't know. But the theta decay is 20. Sorry. That can't be right. Okay. 6.0. So the contract's almost worthless by tomorrow morning. Oh, this is today's, that's why. Duh. 19. So you lose 75% of the value in the contract overnight. How many gaps do we have on the SPX chart except the one at 42.15? There's another one a little higher, I think, near 4,300. Sorry, hold on. I didn't read the rest of that message. Recently, we get like $20 to $30 move in power hour very often. Do you think it could tap 4,200? It could. It may tap it before power hour. We're very close. And there's a decent amount of 0 DTE interest. See how the market rises and we immediately move up? This is the effect of the market rising on the currently illiquid environment, especially like, well, GME moved up quite a bit, but Upstart's turning up too. I'm just very zoomed out on it. I know VIX is rising. I'm watching it. Since recalls of shares of stock aren't really printed in the news, can we assume every run before the crash is a recalling of shares, or is that too tinfoil and we simply can't tell? Well, that depends on how prepared institutions are for a crash, right? If institutions can see it coming, they may be far more prepared, and so yes. If institutions don't see it coming, and you know, each participant is informed at varying degrees, right? So informed investors would recall before a crash. Investors capable of propagating a crash may also recall before a crash. So listen up, because they ain't saying nothing. While Kenny shuts us down with a push of a button, because what they see they may not get, but we can bet don't get boofed. Yet they're sheaming and steaming, telling y'all sabotage. Are you trying to get your puts to print? Just buy some more theta. Would recall a bunch of different shares, or would it just be? Would they recall a bunch of different shares, or would it be just one, like we possibly saw in Bobby? They might recall all of them. Everything. Risk off. ChatGPT working overtime today for walk-in. Susquehanna. Here's why, right? Okay, so you've lent out a bunch of stock. Who gives a fuck what the shorts do, right? You're long on the underlying. The underlyings drop. You're collecting, you know, your lending fees, whatever. You're long, right? You're real long, like an institution, like 10-year time frame, right? Now your stocks go back up. but they've gone up above their current value, right? The price of your stock is currently over exuberant. The short positions are at risk because the price has gone up too much. So you call back your shares, which drives the prices higher. Then you sell them all because they're way overvalued. It's not a money glitch. It's why longs lend shares because they control the counterparty risk. You don't lose anything lending your shares if the company you're lending them on isn't going to be damaged by having their stock shorted. The person taking on all the risk is the short. You fuck the shorts. And if you're someone like BlackRock, where you own 10% of everything, you can fuck the shorts really, really hard. Jerk, I'm sure there will be lots of white made tonight, but let everyone know to be careful. Once I beat on repeat and it caused me to stay away for a while, stretch your calves, keep your tips wet, and use the buddy system if possible. Being prepared to safely make white is cool. All right. I like it. What a great PSA. Yeah, obviously approved. I can't wait for the next couple months where I'm like, this is the top. And people are like, no, the economy's better. Everything's going to be fixed. Full bull. Gert, can you go over again how GM would move up? The capitulation of synthetic short positions, the additional buying of out of the money calls, all of these can raise gamma max. So if negative gamma positions leave the chain, positive gamma positions increase on the chain, gamma max can move up. And the positioning of that options interest will determine, with a concentration of that positioning, will determine where gamma max is. I've said this before, on runs, gamma max can move as well. It doesn't always, but it can. Make sure you time that comment correctly when the day comes. I'm tired of your predictions being one day early. Couple months. Earnings gonna dump this as the top? Probably not, but I'm manifesting it. I mean, you can try, man, but you know what they're gonna do, right? God, imagine just capitulating to all their fucking debt and lowering their guidance, risking their bond ratings. I mean, they have a lot of incentive not to move forward with more negative guidance. Did GB get rejected at the next resistance? It got rejected on a small move up, but I mean, I think it just fell with the market here. According to Unusual Whales, SPX premium is 65% bullish. Do you expect call? So I don't like their estimates. First of all, their math isn't very accurate. Do you expect call sell pullback before the end of the day to move to more neutral positioning, or is the market rally? Is the market really that bullish for earnings? They're bullish because it's on the back of Meta and also disinflation. But yeah, the market's pretty bullish. I wouldn't say it's 65% bullish. I think that's far more heavily skewed, but than the actual positioning. But it is bullish. You wear a collar shirt because you knew we were gonna pop? No, that's crazy. You think I'm designing my outfit based on things like this? Market feels way overbought and pullback coming. Do you think this run will continue though, end of day tomorrow, or just wait and see with earnings tonight? This run could continue for a while. Their back's against the wall. Listen, y'all, it's sabotage. Listen, all y'all, it's sabotage. We're Buddy Rich when we fly off the handle. Shorts be fucked like the wick of a candle. They're scheming and steaming. It's sabotage. Thank you, Walken. Could you drink a little less during trading hours? He's trying to send us a message. I know. You look very 90s GQ, by the way. Very nice. Thank you, Mike J. Any thoughts on a pullback on Upstart near term? Sure, that could happen. We do have a lot of support, but yeah, if the market drops, we can pull back. Like I said, we're not realizing any volume yet. A market pullback has to happen. Describes all of 2010 through 2021. I remember everyone was like betting on like out of the COVID crash when the market just went fucking nuts and started rallying. So many people were like, this is it. This is the pullback. And we got a couple, but ultimately they never happened. Never don't step in front of the bulls, right? Let them exhaust themselves. Be smarter than them if you want to be a bear. Be smarter with them and buy more theta than they do. Could SPX tap 4,300, 4,400 through March? I could see that happening into the end of Feb, but I doubt through March. We're going to start reporting Q1 as we move through March. March into April. I was full bear from May 2020 through August 2020. I lost a lot of good money during that period. That was not a good time to be bearish. I don't need a market pullback. Just a little gap fill would be nice. Well, there's always SLD. This is crazy. Yesterday's SPX was at 4060. Low was 4037. Yep. Is QQQ a better straddle strangle tonight than SPY, considering all the earnings are tech? Yes, it is. Or NDX. It would be more profitable. I was full bear last July, August. Ouch. Yeah, that's rough. Why do 3 of the largest companies on the planet have their earnings on the same day? For fun. I know not to step in front of bears when I get my monthly layment payment from JP Morgan. It's far more than last month. Bulls, okay. Well, these SPX 210, 40, 50 puts gonna make white? I mean, were they part of a straddle? What do you care? Right? Unless you sold the calls too soon. I have looked at Root a few times. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's mediocre. Do you think that mega caps can escape a bad Q1 earnings and forward outlook through voodoo accounting? They do pay them exorbitant amounts of money to do just that, right? They pay them so much fucking money, they probably have 2 earnings reports written. One if everyone else is super honest about forward guidance, and one if everyone else isn't. You can't fall behind your competition. It's very important, right? Microsoft doesn't care because they don't really have any competition. This is just repositioning, right? Right? I mean, it's a little bit of a long side capitulation on SPX. So no. I don't know yet, actually. I would say it's a little oversold from the peak on the shorter term time frame. It's just dropping on the drop, so interesting. Yeah, we could go a little lower. Futures might hit like 41.85. It's not that unstable. SPX to 41.72. Holding here for consolidation would be pretty important. This is just repositioning, right? God, I love averaging down. Market dead, Upstart dead. Jimmy dead, am I dead? It's 2:15, nothing's dead. Everything's up massively. About SPY March 400p. Do those need to get managed like a long short or free money? They might need to get managed if the market continues up, if you don't close them. If the position moves against you, you have to manage it. If you were to safe play for the next 20 years, $1,000 a month, where would you park it? Oh man, I would never buy anything for 20 years. Fuck. Hmm. Yeah, probably like something like railroads or like really stable manufacturers, commodities producers. Positive membership. McDonald's is okay. Tootsie Roll. If you put $1,000 in a Tootsie Roll a month, it'll squeeze. It'll squeeze out all 4 of the shares sold short. I just stopped out from Upstart to protect gains. What should I look for to get back in? I'm assuming a consolidation of price action. Um, yes. Lowered IV is ideal too. Prisons and dialysis centers, maybe, yeah. Any essential medication, like pharmaceutical companies, um, healthcare networks. Ugh. Do I have to go back out to the 5-minute? No, GME's not dead, and no, Upstart's not dead, and no, the market's not dead. $55+ residential housing. Is there a REIT for that? Do- I think the market's gonna move down again. I don't know. It might fill this gap from earlier. There's a lot of put positioning down here though. So if we fall below like 4150, it gets even 4160, it gets rough. 4160 is all the way back here though. Man, they're shorting the fuck out of Jimmy right now. A lot of volume. Stabilize? I don't know if it can. It's trying. The fucking bulls are relentless. Oh. All right, well, if we're gonna move down, we'll break down. We'll break down in the next like 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, back below VWAP. She'll never see VUPs. Yeah, the shorts are fuck. Bunch of low T cocks traded all. The Deo will need Girk's Bull Mayo. Will stay aloft. It's sabotage. I mean, I already made a shitload of money today. I don't give a fuck. But I think we're still fine. What level should we be looking at for Upstart? 22.50 and 25 are very important. What do the tips say that they're shorting it super hard? Although I will say, as hard as they're shorting it, they're not really making a big dent. At least not on longer time frames. This is still a relatively small move. Who killed the stocks? I mean, no one really killed them. They're still up a lot. GME $25 cover call safe for tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe. I thought Upstart doesn't have liquidity. It has some. They can still short down ticks. If the active funds are selling that bought Upstart, they're when they sell, then there's liquidity, right? Do you think GME and Upstart can continue to run if SPX dumps? No. It would probably stop our current momentum because we're not seeing covering. The only way we resist a market downturn is if the stock is being covered independently of the market. Dynamic is a tough concept, I guess. Yeah, I can already see where this is going. Here's the deal. We are very illiquid and thus have high positive beta. But that means when market go down, we go down. When market go up, we go up. If they start covering and resolving the current illiquid environment, then we can move independently of the market. We're not seeing that. GME has only traded 6 million volume today on what has been one of the more aggressive climbs we've seen recently on the SPX. No, positive beta. Negative beta if they're covering. Positive beta if they're not. We're currently in the next deferment window. We're in the deferment window for Rule 41 or 4210 F6. I explained this like 400 times today. I really don't want to go over it again. How could you have told us about Upstart for the last 3 months and given daily commentary and analysis? You made me buy the top when I could have bought $10 ago. How could you? Wait, I did all of those things. I thought stocks only went up. No, not at all. No, the SPX can sell off here. We may outperform the sell off on SPX, but it can definitely sell off here. Here's the cool thing about this: if you're profitable, right? Like when you were profitable before, you can take those profits, set them aside, wait for the drop, and then buy more for less money. It's so simple it may work. Imagine this. If and this is extremely theoretical. But I just want you to think about it for a minute, all right? What if you buy low, right? Sell high. Now hold on. I know. Don't be offended. Then buy low again. Hold on. Also sell high. It's so crazy. It just I know I forgot HODL. It's not part of this. Imagine doing that a few times. I should write a fucking book. We've been doing it wrong. No, there's no pool. There's no purple circles. There's no hope. You just buy low, sell high. You know when you buy a thing and it's like red and you're like, fuck, I can't believe I bought this piece of shit. And then it's green. When it's green, sell it. Sell the fuck out of it. Then, the next time the price is lower than it was when you sold it, you buy it again. In between there, something magical happens. They're called profits. Take them and fucking reposition them. And I swear to God, if one more person bitches at me this week about how their calls are underwater because the market dropped into the end of the day, I'm going to ban you. I don't want to listen to your shit. Manage your fucking position like an adult. Anyway. Daddy, chill. Don't tell them to trade without hope. You put me out of business. I'm sorry, Hope Merchant. I didn't mean to subvert your potential profits. How do we take down Wall Street with our fractional shares? You never will. They don't even care about them. They're probably not even real. Keep going. I'm almost there. I mean, seriously, like, I know we're a few red candles in, right? Everyone's freaking out. We went below VWAP. But what the fuck? I told you about it all day. I've been like, hey, yeah, the market could sell off here. We might test 4,200, but we'll probably fail. And, you know, it's super overbought. And there's a lot of puts building up below it. And then it fails, and everyone's like, oh my fucking God, what just happened? Nobody could have seen that coming. Thank you, Turd. Panic buy high, sell at the bottom because Chad is bullish and I'm sus. Join a cult, buy bankrupt companies, hold until OTC, full port weeklies, get job back at Wendy's. Get fired from Wendy's after your first paycheck, full port all over again. Stop making sense. I'm sorry. If I have a baby fetus, I'm still an adult, right? Let go of that. It's against the law. Buy high, sell at 20% loss. Well, the price is still too high. Buy back in, lose another 20%. Ask Girk why no attendees. I feel like I need to point all of these moments out and like highlight them. Like I need to break out some highlighters and draw on the screen and be like, hey, Your shit's profitable right now. Maybe consider taking those and being less poor. Can you show the poors how that buy low, sell high works, but opposite with covered calls? Oh, God. That's called sell high, buy low. It's the same thing. Only double my port today. Doesn't work. Don't listen to this shill. Literally useless. You're welcome, Russell, my jimmies. I just kicked Smooth out because he was annoying. I usually sell 52-week all-time lows. Nice. Are you a sociopath? No. Tom. You've taught me so much just now. Fucking Christ. The secret is out. Buy low, sell high, and you too can become a pigeon whale. This is the year of the rabbit. Stop getting fucked by the market. It's our time to fuck the market. Fuck yeah, Tom. Fuck yeah. You know what? This one's really gonna blow your mind. If you guys sell your 25 shares, you didn't bail out the shorts. They're still short. I know. Hold on. Let that soak in for a moment. Really think about the implications of that. You know how they're not short? If they buy back the 25 shares. You're not the float. You're irrelevant. You look to see people crying on price down when you already took profits. It's like you love to see people crying on the price going down when you already took profits. It's like music. It is. Glad I tuned back in to hear the classic take profit rant. Keep being you. I do my best. Chris HJ, thank you so much, man. If you got stuck in a Groundhog Day loop, what % gain could you think you could reach with hundreds of repetitions to memorize price action? Do I get a reposition every time? I can make a lot. I don't know. Depends on how hard shit runs, with like 100x. GME under 2250 end of day again? Probably. That would explain why the shorts didn't capitulate. Remember when I kept saying that? They haven't capitulated? They need to capitulate for us to go up hard. So pressure, good, awesome. Forcing them to do stuff, right? But we still need more. This is the run hasn't even started yet. Fuck off, adult chatbot. I'm trying to talk here. Oh god, there's 6 of them. The AI is getting better on them. Now they're just typing tickers instead of the websites. Hey, heads up. Markets are closed today, 2/2/23. Tomorrow, 2/2/23. And the next day, 2/2/23. An observation of Groundhog's Day. I just sold my entire port at negative 62%. That's not profits. That's a loss, Pigeon Teeth. Starting to make bank thanks to Pickles Picks and your teachings. Up 950% month to date. Here's a cut with my thanks. Fuck yeah, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. You'd get yourself arrested within a week in that Groundhog Day situation. Yeah, but then you just want to get arrested the next day, right? Dad, when you were re-entering, I was buying puts on SPX with upstart profits. Fuck yeah, man. While you were renting? Wait, renting? Ranting. Oh. I already had puts. I had puts when I started the rant. That rant was pure gold. If you don't clip that shit, I'll ban you. I don't know where it is. I'll find it. Hold on. I'll try to clip it. You can't ban me. Fuck you. I'll ban you. I already don't like you. Get yourself arrested? Adult chatbot? The stream has so much value, it's insane. I love it when you get saucy, but my wife is in the room and she's asking who is that strong commanding man you're listening to, and it makes me look low T. I'm all cash. Any idea when a good time to redeploy be? Maybe after earnings? Yeah, why not just wait for the news instead of trying to predict it? I turned $80 into 309 today. It doesn't feel like a huge amount, but most of my capital is in shares this all CCs with. Thanks for all the help. You got it, man. I just sold TQQQ shares that were bought under 18. Sold CCs on them for a while. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's a thing you can do. Just checking, since you run things, can you set it up to do this again tomorrow, or do you have to check with Larry first? Kitty Pickle, here's a free chat, you Persian god. Can you tell me where the gap on SPX is? The one to the upside or the downside? There's two. I took profits. Now I'm not sure what to do. Give me a trial Pickles Picks to fund the membership. Missed a super chat. Is this sell-off gonna continue here? It could. We're bouncing back a little bit, but I don't know. I think maybe we're finding a little bit of stabilization. Give me a minute to check the options positioning. So we could slip back down to the 4150 level. I don't know if we will. 4175 still pretty strong. And there's a decent number. Okay, so yeah, puts kind of die out around this price too. So I think 4175, 4170 isn't bad. $5 above and below 4170 is a decent range for us to recover. If we keep slipping, so like if 150s continue to, or 4150s continue to sell off, we can go well, probably not much below that either, actually. Yeah, that's pretty weak. The gamma flip points is non-existent. The fuck is it? Huh. Low? Way low. piece of shit. Gamma neutral's at 40.50, so we're still a very long way away from falling into a more volatile range. I miss old Gurk who had the nerve to ban himself, then a month later take off his shirt, then a month later steal girlfriends who have mustaches. Bring him back. Thank you so much, Chris. The downside gap? The closest downside gap on SPX is at fuck, where is it? It's like right there, right? It's at did I fucking delete that? It's at like 38.86, right around there. Maybe we might have, well, we didn't fill all of it, but we filled most of it. There's a few cents left. I don't think that matters. Any hope for my RevRQ shares? Yeah, Revlon gets bought out by someone. Now that Jimmy is back to 22.50, if you could let them know it's a great time to capitulate, that would be great. No, that's probably not gonna happen. I didn't sell CCs yet. Stock out is so powerful. Just delete the gaps so we don't have to go down and fill them. All hail the stock god. Thank you so much, Yaga. Rev 35's safe? No. You can't even buy them. They're gone. Fubo bull puts for March 3-4 strikes. Bull put March 3 and 4. Bull put spread? Why not just synthetic long at these prices? Me and RevRQ are friends forever now. Until I will need a tax deduction. Nice, Alex. It's trying to find some support. Some of the 4150s have a lot of theta, and they may not sell off. VIX at 19. Man, VIX went up quick. Can you help me determine the support and resistance in Carvana? I came up with 1440 and 1784. I think I already have them done. Give me a second. I have 17 and 1295. I do not have 1440 as a support. There's kind of one at 1470. 17 isn't actually, well, 17, 13, 1640, 1650. There's kind of one there. But it can fall back to 13 on the downside. There's some support at 13. Not a lot, but some. I'd like to see Upstart stay above 2250. Very much. If it can stay above 2250 and get some more pressure behind it, then we have a good chance to push out those $25 positions. And then if those get pushed out, there's a very good chance that it can start running. The market maker gets really exposed at that point. I thought I bought the dip gherkin. Turns out there was another bullet dip around the corner. Better luck next time. That can happen. I'm sorry, don't buy the dip all at once next time. Spread it out. Be patient. Upstart is down $2 on this drop. I don't think I'd say it's resisting this well. Gherk just has the chart zoomed out hella wide. I mean, it's not that wide. It's down, but it's still up 16% on the day. If the market continues to sell off, it will too. They'll try to pull back as much as they can. They did not close the 22, like all the 2250 positions. They capitulated some, but not all. What is cool is the 1750s that held us down for so long are fucked. Price action from today, give them liquidity to use at market open on Upstart tomorrow. Yeah. But that depends on if the market is working against them, right? So if active funds are buying in, then they need to use the liquidity to suppress price action versus using it to short if the market is dropping. What are the max strikes recommended for GME 317? 30? I probably wouldn't go much above 30. Glad I bought a protected put at 24.50 for only 91 cents. Nice, man. I can still buy more dip, but I'm trying to be patient. I bought about half. Yeah, I would be pretty patient. Don't forget that there's massive earnings tonight. Huge big earnings. It could have a very significant effect in the market tomorrow. Are we gonna run for power hour? I don't know. SPX is kind of holding 4150. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from close, so it's possible. Are you gonna stick around for earnings? No, I have shit to do today. Maybe I might write something up in the Discord later tonight after I go over them. So big ups or big downs of tonight's earnings. They're earnings, man. No one knows. It's a binary event. And it's unless you have insider information, completely unpredictable. Hey, what if I go to the doctor? It's bullish, okay. Actually withdrew money for my brokerage. This feels great. Nice, man. Well, give us some insider information. I don't have any. I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, neither do market participants. They're slightly bullish. Could you do me a favor? Sing If I Could Be King of the Forest while yawning at the end. I'm not doing that. I freed up money today. I like this downside. Bullish. Nice. We stream earnings after hours. I might stream like the initial market maker reaction to the Actually, I don't think all of them come out at 4. Some are at like 4:15. I'm not staying for that. Can you slowly explain how you wash your feet? I put soap on them and scrub them. Remember when you told me not to lose my $800? Well, I only lost $200 of it. Haha. Alright, well, not ideal. $4:35 and $5:30 are the earnings times. Yeah, but when are they going to release the 10 Qs? Some of them release it like right at market close. And then the earnings calls I know are staggered. How the fuck did people lose money today? Never, ever, ever. I've learned this so many times. Never underestimate people's ability to lose money. Remember Bobby? Remember being like, "Hey man, this is so great at $4. These shorts are fucked. They keep slipping." Then it ran 600%. There's an entire room. There's an entire subreddit of bag holders on that. Amazon, Apple release at close. Okay. So we'll at least be able to look at those two. What's Apple's Gamma Max? Don't worry, it hasn't got anywhere near it in forever. Ben gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Ben. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate it, man. Best way to straddle NASDAQ without obscene capital, if you haven't enabled derivatives of derivatives, which is TQQQ, SQQQ seem to be classed as on IBKR. QQQ? Yeah, you can use QQQ. I feel bad. I want everyone to make a lot of money. I do. But the reality of it is not everyone will. How about Upstart Weeklies at the top? God damn it. Thank you, Ben. You're back. Congratulations, man. I ended up taking profits on my March 17, 20C on Upstart over 100%, then rolled the profits to 30C. Nice. Can you explain zero-sum games? People lose money because of the myth of MOASS for all stocks. It drives the thought of not enough. People lose money because they can't reason with taking small amounts of money a bunch of times and want one big payout once. It's not just the myth of MOASS. It's greed is it's always there. It's even when you're an experienced trader, you have to fight back against it. Right? I mean, unless an algorithm's executing all your trades for you, it's always going to be something that you have to deal with. The human desire to want more is indomitable. But sometimes a little bit over and over ends up being a lot more than you would have gotten losing all your money the first time. Thanks, George. People lose money because they lack consistency of their process. Oh, Jesus. Not everyone's as autistic as you, Stefan. After tonight, Upstart bar rate might be 90 plus. Maybe. Calling it now, 4,000 at open. Only, I mean, if earnings miss, it's possible, but I would say like 40, 50, 40, 65. That'd be a huge overnight drop. It's very hard to sell when you don't trust your own judgment entirely. I assume that will get better. That's why I attempt to educate people, because with education comes confidence. When you have confidence, you can execute your decisions and not regret them. For argument's sake, would you do if you had already lost all your money? Get a job, make more, try again. I made just over 7K today using your teachings. Oh, don't say it that way. I took profits and built up a cash position to reposition before close. Nice, man. Congratulations. Well done. But you did it, not me. Good job listening. Will you ever consider averaging down, Cat? Yeah, I closed out of my puts. I'll probably try to average it down a little tomorrow, depending on where it ends up. Oh no, our boy Fubo. Yep, slammed. Still spicy, but slammed down into the end of the day. I do hate teaching, but I am still trying to teach people. I made a ton diamond handing weeklies. What's our magic number for Upstart T+2? For another fun week. Thanks for the education. No problem. T+2 from today would be Tuesday. Well, at the latest, Tuesday. Okay, I had a full-time job and blew up my port. Now what? You said had, like past tense. Get another full-time job? Don't blow up the next one? I'll buy pods if Upstart hits 20. Fubo's a real crime here. I bought puts at the top without ghosting you. I'm learning. Very good, Cobra. Fubo's a real crime here. It deserves so much more than this. It's fine. Returning to mean after today's run is not changing the situation we're in. One recommendation: when you take profits, do not look at the price later to see what you missed out on. No, do that. Do look at the price later. And don't do that the next time, right? Just don't regret where you took profits, because you took some profits. That's a good thing. Considering how big the earnings are tonight, is there more emphasis on their forward guidance? Yes. I mean, don't rub your own face in it. You can't change the decision you made, right? But you can make a better decision next time. I regret everything everywhere always. I know you do, Popcorn Trader, but you know, most of the things you do are pretty regrettable right when you do them. So it's like built into your initial decision. Sold some CCs today and they were up 25%. Take profits here. When do they expire? It's risky to hold them overnight. I'll say that much. I don't know what you sold them on, but all of them are risky overnight. I sold some Upstart calls yesterday at 90%. Last time I checked, the price today was 5x where I sold. That happens. FSLR. So what did you learn there? You learned to what? Sell and reposition immediately as opposed to waiting a day? If you want to maintain exposure on a position, right? FSLR made 20% 4 times since early Jan. Never look for the home run. Set targets and stick to them when they hit. Yep. Ray profit taking. How do you feel about leaps that are up? Do you treat them the same as your shorter dated options? No. It depends on how up they are. And I mean, you say leaps, but it depends on how much time there is till expiration. But generally, no, I'm willing to hold those positions longer because I have time to do so. I'm guessing we'll not see the bottom of the drop today. We can still stick it at 41.50. If not, 41.25. We have an hour. Yeah, I don't know. We're holding 41.50 into power hour. This isn't that terrible. VIX kind of capped out here. Might get a nice little. We just need one of these little bounces to stabilize. There's still a lot of bullish positioning. We're very far from any significant put leverage. So a lot of this, these really rapid drops in SPX are generally propagated by profit taking. So that means that longs are taking profit because they don't want to carry risk overnight. And we know tonight's really risky, right? Is 41.50 a good straddle point? It's not bad if you can get a decent entry around here. Like if you can catch a little bit below and a little bit above so you can buy your shit out of the money. Not terrible. Once you start to understand the levels that SPX trades at and where it's going to move over a given day, you can start doing shit like buying 40-50 puts on the drop, right? And then buying calls if it slips below it. So you can start positioning it, way out of the money, and it improves your profitability. It also improves your profitability if it moves against the winning side. Candy grapes? I think I had one of those. They're weird. How far do you think Upstart can drop with bad earnings tonight? Deciding if protective puts on shares are viable after dropping today. Our nearest like strong support where there's been some like where there's less short positioning is at like $20. So I guess if we can hold 20, most of today's gains made overnight, right? What's your prediction on GME earnings? I hope we maintain positive free cash flow. Although with reduced retail sales over the last quarter, we might not. But if we can sustain positive free cash flow, maybe slightly better EPS. Those might not be positive just yet either, but closer would be good. Continued reduction in SG&A is something we definitely want to see. By next quarter, I think there's a chance. Well, this quarter has a slim chance for positive EPS. I think next quarter has a better one. But I could see us hitting consistently positive EPS into the end of this year or the beginning of next year. So multiple quarters positive EPS. Prediction for Amazon earnings? I have no idea. I'm not gonna try to guess. If I had to say, I think all three will do everything in their power to look as positive as possible while still having contracting margins. No, that means GME could trade at a multiple. Positive EPS would be very bullish. It would indicate that the turnaround has been successful. Burry says sell. Yeah, so in like 9 months, think about it. I don't disagree that there's a lot of potential downside from a over exuberance in the market right now, but he's a bit early as usual. How excited are you for I'm starting to open at 30 tomorrow. That'd be cool. Burry has deleted his account again. Is Upstart performance Kramer's fault? No, just the rising market. I don't really think that the interest we saw today was any more than would have been expected off of the market moving up so hard. All right, so we found support at 4150. Moving back up. This is going to stabilize and probably stay range bound into the end of the day. At least that's what it's looking like right now. Ideally back at the 4170 level. I think that's probably our best place to stabilize. 4175. We either stabilize there or we fall back down and stabilize around 4050. But this bounce is encouraging. Very early, you don't say. Burry deletes because wrong or SEC investigations? Well, I think he thinks he's going to be investigated. What do you think of the ETF on Reg Show? Which ETF? The one you sent me the DM about last night? I mean, theoretically, ETFs should never be on Reg Show, so if an ETF is on Reg Show, it's probably there intentionally. Tips update. It seems like how well Upstart held up on that dip. They may have gained some. Upstart did pretty okay there, actually. They pulled back a little bit on the trend, but they're losing ground again on that slight uptick. So, GME, they're fighting for it, but it's still about the same as it was earlier. Nothing really changed on the drop. Active funds don't sell that much, right? Yeah, the ones. Yeah. I looked at it. It doesn't look like they're tapping it for a ton of liquidity, but that they've been using it. It's definitely being used. Hard one to track because it doesn't have a significant amount of weighting of any of those. But I'd have to look more into how the fund. Yeah, I'd have to look more into how the fund hedges. Like if they're like leveraging their hedges, there might be more of an effect there. So that question is, they get Upstart off Reg Show tonight? That is a good question. I don't know if they'll be able to. They had to fight back against a lot of interest today. That doesn't put them in a good spot to get off Reg Show. You know, thankfully, since we've been following Upstart for long enough, we can actually look at what they did to liquidity the last time they got it off Reg Show, right? And I would say, based on that, we're still pretty far away from getting off Reg Show. So, this is the last time they got it off Reg Show. They used up a lot of bots liquidity. They used up a lot of IWR liquidity. You know, they really pushed to get it off, right? Before or sorry, that was on. This is off. So they, you know, they also used ACWI to get like some obscene number of shares. And then it was removed from the fund, which was really suspicious, but it was removed from the fund in December. But yeah. So you know, this is kind of what we're looking for as they remove it from Reg Show. As we're looking for them to use up as much liquidity as possible to stop failures. If we're trending this way, right, which is the opposite, we are creating failures. And so I think we're in a very, very good spot as far as Reg Show is concerned. And if the realization of liquidity takes a long time, then it may be a while. Like even here, you know, we're still, you know, this one not so much, but here and this one went down. But still lots of, you know, ETF liquidity used to stop the failures. So yeah, right now I would say that our inclusion on Reg Show looks persistent. XRT on Reg Show soon? I don't know. Maybe? I wonder if XRT ends up on Reg Show tonight. That'd be interesting. Yeah, also the failures, that's another thing that should be pointed out. The failures created to put us on Reg Show right now failed at a price lower than our current price. They're much more focused on shorting than not creating failures. Yeah. They're in big trouble. Assuming we stay on Reg Show, the forced covering would begin the morning of shit. So begin the morning of February 14th. Right? Is that correct? Yes. So forced covering would begin the morning of the 14th. 13th, 14th? 14th. Big oof. How much have Jimmy and Upstart been boofed today? Dick's percentage? It's published after hours. I can post them. I don't think a lot. I don't think they've. I think inventories were hard to come by today, and they didn't fight back too much. So either static from yesterday or maybe a little bit down. Coincidence? That's also Upstart earnings. It might not be. I think their the last Reg Show inclusion, like we went on Reg Show the day after earnings, right? And we were off reg show. $10 days before earnings? No. 9 days before earnings. And then 2 days after earnings, we were back on reg show. So their short into earnings generated a lot of fails. You're bullish on GME 5 years? Yeah. I mean, if they keep doing what they're doing and continue to reduce costs, I'm pretty bullish on it. I mean, for a 5-year holding, I'd need to see them to lay out some growth, but for the next 2 years at least, I'm confident that the share value will improve. And not like the peak value or the like the baseline average value, and the fundamental value of the company will improve. I'm not talking about like OPEXs. I mean, over the next 2 years, I think there's a very good potential for improvement in share price. Yeah. As long as we don't buy another JPEG marketplace. Yeah, I here's what I want to see out of GME. I want to see them keep doing what they're doing, keep reducing SG&A, wait till their competitors' margins are really starting to collapse, Q3, Q4 of this year, and then I want them to push forward a growth cycle. And if they do that on positive EPS, I would be very impressed. I want them to focus hard on e-commerce. And I want them to target sectors that they're currently not well exposed to. I'd also like to see them sell used computer components, because I think there's a big market for that. PC components. It's, I mean, they can go forever without forward guidance. But I would say it would be good for them to issue forward guidance once they achieve profitability, because they're gonna be attractive to new investors. But if they want new investors to stay, if they want permanence, then you know, they're gonna need to issue forward guidance. My Nvidia put is up 10% already. Nice. Worth holding 20C0 DTE for Upstart. There are 4X at the moment. I was considering them for exercising. They don't seem to have any extrinsic value at this point. Yeah, I mean, you're up, well, they're 1 DTE, but why are you going to exercise them? It's $17 a share is really not a great price. They're still going to have another quarter of bad earnings. Like, sure, it's got some price potential, but like, why not just take profits and reposition? I don't have any predictions for Amazon or Apple. The amount of revenue streams that their earnings cover makes it very, very unpredictable. I think if they have bad earnings, they'll probably be padding it with share buybacks or something like that. So there's some pullback on GME right now, or a trend up. I mean, the market's trending back to that, like, towards that 4170 level. If the market continues to trend back up, GME will move up too, to a lesser degree. PNW, dude, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I don't have any shares at the moment and would like to sell CCs. Okay, that's fair. But maybe be patient. Maybe sell CSPs. I really don't see the benefit to exercising them. I guess you could. But $20 isn't a great cost basis, even with the premium discount. 17's okay. But we could see, you know, 15 or 13 again before credit markets stabilize. I had Chat GPT write a poem about you, and I sent it to your Discord DMs. Thank you so much, Emergency Exit. Is it awful? Gherk the pickle, greed and tart, a financier with a cunning heart. In stock market game, he plays his part, selling covered calls, a smart move from the start. He watches trends, he knows the drill, when to sell, when to hold still. With each trade, his wealth doth fill, a tasty treat with portfolio skill. The pickle king of Wall Street scene, a cucumber with a financial dream. Gherk's fame and wealth it doth gleam, an investor with a pickle beam. So let us raise our jar and cheer to Gherk the pickle, a Wall Street peer. His financial wit, it brings us cheer, and we're grateful for his covered calls year after year. Thank you so much, Emergency Exit. Excellent job typing 2 sentences into a chatbot. You said earlier that upstart shorts may be hoping on a market drop on big earnings before closing puts. They don't operate on hope, right? I'm confused. They can hold out for it, right? I mean, they're hedged. They're going to hedge their risk, but they are probably holding their puts open for continued market volatility. You can't see what you're doing. I'm sitting right here. What do you mean you can't see what I'm doing? You're welcome. Dick. Who to ban pull? Walk in, EE, me, etc. We'll see. I'm feeling jolly today. I might not ban anyone. I'm starting to think that the people most bearish in chat might be the most over leveraged. They're not actually bearish at all. They're just deep in the hole. They're deeper in the hole than the other people. That's crazy. I think you'd be bullish as fuck if you were that deep in the hole. Ban pull needs all of the above option. Upstart end of day over under 24. Let me see what the market's gonna do. Why don't you just ask me what SPX is gonna do? That'd be so much easier. Climbing back. Looks like it's stabilizing. Futures are stabilizing at 41.75. There's some buyers at this price. So maybe that flat gamma. This is maybe a good straddle point. Ooh. Break up a little bit. And my suffering. Did your calls expire today, Turd? Because my SPX put position is smaller than my upstart one. Ah, I see. SPX predictions for tomorrow entirely based off earnings. Yes. We have a pretty wide range we could trade in. We could move up above 4,200, or we could move down towards the top of the JPM collar at 4065. That's some pretty shitty jokes today. You can ban me if you need to. I'll try harder tomorrow. No, you did great. Would you buy back upstart CCs that are up 25%? I probably wouldn't carry them overnight just because of the risk. Took some profits. Good dip buy for more upstart calls. Looking at March 17 contracts are getting expensive. Thank you, by the way. I mean, we're below VWAP right now. The 30 minutes ago was a little bit better. But repositioning with a little more theta, or repositioning into a better position could be advantageous here. If you took profits above VWAP, you're not in a terrible place to re-enter. I might wait till tomorrow morning though, just because of the inherent risk of carrying positions overnight tonight. Since we don't have covering and we need to follow the market trend. And you end up with dead legs from straddles. Were the other leg profits enough to cover for both? Do you incorporate them into other strategies? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I roll them. Sometimes, I close them before they're 100% loss, because that's ideal. But sometimes, yeah. If I think we're gonna trade up to a level and then back down to another level, I'll leave them open and then use them as like part of a strangle the next day. I'm not wasteful with my dead straddle legs. Hey Gherk, does the straddle strategy change using ETFs like QQQ versus index 2 to 3 days theta? I'd want a little more theta so you have slightly better vega on those. Like on SPY and QQQ, I'd probably get a little more theta. I'd spend a little more money. What did you mean? Upstart halt into close. Shut up. Is higher volume today not need covering? This is just FOMO? I mean, it's we're not realizing any liquidity, so yeah. FOMO, options churn, interest. Interest is good. Hey Pickleman, I just want to say thank you for all you do. I pulled my position for a good profit in order to reposition for the next run. I still have a little exposure, but I'm happy they're now free. Awesome. That's the right way to do things. One DTE 2065 put hedged by upstart calls. Thoughts? That sounds awful. 2065. What? On SPX? That's some fully paid for SPX Feb 10 4075 puts. And I'm wondering what to do with them. That's not a terrible position if earnings are bad tonight. Can you use that as part of like a strangle maybe? It's a wide one, but you might be able to strangle like what 4120 or sorry, not 4120. 4220 4075. It's super fucking wide, but it's not terrible. I mean, earnings are big enough tonight that you could maybe get away with it. I usually do like 3 to 5 DTE for straddles. If there's a lot of volatility, then I'll do more. Like if IV is elevated, I'll go further out to dodge the short-term spike in implied volatility. FTDs generated by Upstart yesterday today are due in T+2 of March OPEX. Full bull. Feb OPEX? Yeah, but Kathy Wood said BTC to 1 million. God dang, 14 DTA and SPX takes big boy money. It's not that much. Don't you have margin? Ugh. 19 months. Glad to have you, Gherk. Thanks, Elliot. Are we traders yet? Little by little. Or like 3 mega cap earnings in one night. Yeah. Recently, the SQQQ dips to below 33. SQQQ is 3x the daily performance of the underlying index. It's generally not something you want to hold for long periods of time unless you're doing something to offset the fund decay. So it has fund decay and theta decay, right? Or volatility decay. So tonight you're using 2.6 or 2.8 expiry to straddle the SPX. Oh no, I just bought 217. I was pretty lazy about it. Kramer just said Upstart is undervalued and he thinks it's coming back. Upstart dead? I don't know. Kramer's been killing it lately. He said the market would keep going up. It's kept going up. Inverse Kramer fund's getting shit on. Maybe it was just the incentive he needed. Is the fund decay same like EE being unbanned? No. What's a good cost basis for Fubo? I mean, for a 2-year holding, like 250 to 350 is really good. For short term, you probably want to be under 3. My thesis on Fubo is quite long, but if it runs to like some stupid price due to synthetic shorting, I'll like sell out and buy back in. Slid one into your DMs. Oh, is the strike over? That's gonna be so cool. Kramer's actually right most of the time on a 1 to 3 week timeline. Yeah, he has like good initial performance and then like bad performance over time. I've read all the analysis on like Kramer's shit. I think he just doesn't give a fuck and just like says whatever he wants because he doesn't care what his performance is. He just like rings bells and yells at the camera, right? I'm gonna take a look at ACVA. I opened a small position based on options flow at the 10 and 1250 strike. I'm wondering if you see anything special about it. Uh, They've been doing pretty well. Still negative, but not bad performance over the last 4 earnings periods. Cash flow is approaching positive. Trading a little high. Revenues aren't moving up a ton, but they're okay. Getting better though. Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, from a fundamental perspective, it seems alright. I'm not gonna do a lot of digging on it. Looks like people might be getting kind of bullish on earnings. It's picking up some accumulation into earnings, so there's a chance it moves up. I think it can move up above your strike. Sally Snipes, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Welcome back to Dillionaire. I appreciate it. He has had a scheduled stop hunt we can run. That's on synthetic longs. Not bad. On SQQQ, they're not bad. It helps. What's a good cost basis for Upstart? Like 15 to 18? Below 15's phenomenal. But 15 to 18 is a very, very solid cost basis, I think. Below $12, good luck. Are you banning JFresh for Jimmy not reaching 25 today? No? JFresh's punishment for Jimmy not reaching 25 is him not being banned. I'm holding these 1 DT puts, banking on a drop for all these earnings. Am I not smart? 1 DT puts, banking on a drop for all these earnings. I mean, you're gambling. Apple, Google, Amazon. Which one do you think has the best chance to run after earnings? Amazon probably has the most flexibility in their reporting. I think Google will be fairly honest. Apple, I can see Apple fudging some numbers. Can you speak around the fact that the central governments around the world cut rates or their outlook significantly after JPOW's 25 BPS shenanigans? Is the whiplash on this going to be spicy? It very well could be. Especially since most of the world has not kept pace with our rate increases. My mom is killing it selling CSPs on GME. It's good money. I sell a lot of CSPs on GME, so I can tell you it's decent. Good yields, generally speaking. If you're good at timing them, even better. Have you seen Andy Samberg SNL sketch where he is a DJ teasing the crowd about dropping the bass? That's these volatility stocks right now. What do you look for in terms of theta and delta for your protective puts? Like 120 to 180 DTE, bought at like 0.6, 0.7 delta. Higher if I need to. If it depends on how high IV goes. And that's, each contract is good for like 120 to 140 shares, depending. What delta and theta is good for selling CSPs on GME? I usually sell them 7 to 14 days. Delta, I wouldn't really say that I use delta as my, like, I try to sell as much delta as I feasibly can. But I generally use like local support and resistance, or I'll use, you know, delta neutral, gamma neutral, depending on where GME's price is positioned in the options chain. Now, good for GME CSP, or wait to see how it looks in the morning. I don't know. Is this a price you're willing to buy GME at? That should be your first question. Would I buy this stock at this price, given the option? If you're willing to buy it at this price, then sure. If you're not, then you may want to be a little careful with selling. You don't have to position into tonight, right? I did say 0.6. So congrats on the liquidity theory. Well, it's not over yet. That's the fun part. The fun part is this shit's not dead. Hey, Gurk, missed the market today because of a bunch of medical tests. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I just want to say congrats on liquidity theory continuing to play out. I really appreciate you and the quants. Cheers, man. Thank you so much. I hope you're feeling well. I appreciate that, dude. Not predictive or anything, just interesting. Yeah, so you want higher delta, so you're buying your puts in the money, right? Because you're not paying. So on a run, volatility and price are very high, right? And you know, I assume that's when you'd be buying protective puts, when you're above your cost basis or near your cost basis. And you're buying them in the money to avoid that extrinsic value. If you buy out of the money puts, right, as the price falls, delta and theta are both going to be decaying, right? And you don't want exposure to like or sorry, theta and IV. You don't want theta and IV exposure, right? You want delta exposure. You want exposure to the drop in price, not, you know, you have covered calls to sell IV if you want IV exposure. But for protective puts, you want them in the money. You want to let that price fall. And you don't want to pay for extrinsic value for no reason that you're going to waste. You explain selling a put, not quite understanding. Thanks. You sell a put? I don't know what you mean. Like, what is a CSP? A CSP is a bullish bet that the price will go up or stay flat during the time frame you're expecting. You're a Cornichon. You can talk more in chat if you want, Brandon, and add to that question. Do you not understand CSPs, or do you not understand? Because I'm confused. I want to know like what level you're at so I can give you a answer that's more helpful. You can look up cash secured puts. There's a ton of information. Just look on Investopedia. They're not very complicated. They're the opposite of a covered call. Well, sort of. Opposite directionally from a covered call. You can also ask Chat GPT. I wouldn't trust that thing. Hi, friends who's making money. What's up, Dan? Sea Queen. Thanks for the info. No problem. Microsoft told its employees to not ask Chat GPT sensitive questions. I'm sure it'll be just fine. New pinnacle of WSG, asking Chat GPT for puts or calls. It's just a fucking chat bot. People are like way too impressed with it. Is there other put option? A covered put? But we only ever really discuss CSPs, and I've only sold them twice. Yeah. I mean, a covered put is a cash secured put. Are you talking like using in the money put to sell naked puts? Strategic investment comes with a workbook. Would you suggest we use it? I've never seen it before. Sure. I mean, it can't hurt, but I have no idea what's in it. Has anyone asked Chat GPT the eternal question, does puts cost same like shares? Reality for people holding one DTE on Upstart, traditionally Fridays are fairly flat, except last week, and T plus P pressure won't occur till Monday. Protect your profits. Yeah, also carrying shit into tonight is extremely risky. But that's correct, Toilet One. Are Fubo Gen 2450C a garbage contract? They barely seem to move, although maybe Fubo hasn't realized much volatility, like GM and Upstart haven't really yet either. Fubo hasn't realized a lot of volatility. They're kind of a shit contract. But if Fubo's volatility spikes again like it did in August, they'll go up a decent amount. I mostly own them for exposure so I can watch volatility. They have enough Vega on them that I can use it to kind of monitor the volatility. I do that a lot. I'll buy like very far out of the money leap positions, and I can use those to judge the market maker's change in volatility at the money. Because they're far out of the money, they're more sensitive to changes in volatility than at the money contracts. And so it gives me kind of like a little live meter of I don't really care about the money I have in them, right? Because they're super cheap, but it gives me like a little live meter of volatility. Paid data loophole. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was those contracts that told us in June that they were rugging the fucking volatility, right? When they fucking cranked down the volatility that day in June, like that Friday. It was those contracts getting stopped out that allowed me to still exit profitably before the fucking price tanked. Hey Greg, you think Upstart covered ETF FTDs today? Or are you still waiting for a lower price next week to cover? There was a little bit of covering that went on today, but as little as they could feasibly manage to do. There was not a significant amount of capitulation. Shorts held strong. There wasn't a lot of covering. They got very little liquidity back. They're still fighting back against the realization of liquidity. Purchase Katsu 80s for April prior to earnings. Worth holding? Did you hedge them at all? I'm gonna guess no. A little risky. You might want to roll them down, or April. You have a lot of time. I do like the amount of time you have. But you may want to position a little closer to the money. No hedge. Okay. No longer a bag holder, put their pickle order. Hey Gurk, what are your thoughts on future Upstart price targets? I put stops maybe a little too close. I'm now completely out of my position. Profits have been taken inadvertently. Hop back in, wait and see if the price drops back next week, and re-enter. Maybe wait for after today. See the effect today has. We still haven't realized any significant amount of return to mean and liquidity. So we're getting more liquid as we grind up, or more liquid as we grind up, but it's not improving significantly, and there's still quite a ways to go before it would be considered in a normalized range. So I would, as long as we're moving with the market, I would wait to see what the market does before jumping back into anything. Like, I still don't think we're seeing, like, OPEX covering, right? And so, since we're not seeing that, and we're very much just moving with the indexes, and there's a lot of pressure from them, I would say you can probably be patient on repositioning, but if you do want to maintain some exposure in case something crazy happens, you could get a little bit and then average into more exposure over time. There's quite a lot of volume on Upstart. It's coming off Reg Show, man. We'll see. It could, but it might not. They had to fight back pretty hard against today's price action. I don't think they have sufficient liquidity to stem the fails yet. They could burn up another ETF like they did in November. That doesn't really fucking matter, does it? But their primary ETFs, they're not getting hit very hard at all. You know, Jimmy traded like 1 billion volume on Reg Show, and they didn't get it off, right? It's not just volume generation. The volume created also needs to be able to satisfy fails, which means if there's interest in the stock, then CNS is competing with lit market interest and with the market makers. So if long orders are coming in and they're getting gobbled up, you know, by the market makers and by speculators on the underlying, then there's not a lot of liquidity up for grabs for CNS to match pair trades and clear them. So the more interest there is, the less netting that can occur. What happened the other day when nothing was going on and it traded a shitload of volume, that was them trying to get it off CNS. But what happened today, not so beneficial to that. So we'll see. I mean, obviously it could get off off reg show, but it may not. You gonna average down your Jan 24 100 Cs anymore? Maybe. I don't know. What are they at right now? Probably not. I have 50s also. I'm a little more willing to average those down than the 100s. Jimmy Ivy actually dropping. Isn't that funny? Vol shorts and long shorts bickering amongst each other. Today's pullback is healthy, right? Allows longs to go longer with further strikes with profits from today. Yes, the pullback on SPX is healthy. It fell to a healthy range within expectations for the low side of the bullish range. And then long positions recovered without too much slippage to the downside. So lots of puts burned up, moving back around 41.75. Everything's very much in line with what we thought. However, tonight does present a lot of risk. I propose the creation of a new exchange traded fund called Centaur, which will track a portfolio of companies that are associated with the Centaur theme. You will lead us on this journey to runic glory. I'm not a fucking centaur, man. What kind of prices increases are you looking for? I got a cost basis of 0.79. I'm thinking maybe getting 50% to 75% is reasonable. Price am I looking for what, Casper? Can you be more specific? I'm covering like a bunch of things right now, so. Zero DC 250 calls are on my menu for tomorrow. Cat 250. Thoughts other than earnings being real bearish tonight? Might not be bad. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just worried about the sector shift if earnings are good tonight. Like more money getting pulled out of Dow and chucked into like NASDAQ 100. That would be my concern, is a pullback in Dow while SPX and NASDAQ continue to surge up, right? If they won't make you Fed chair after the stream, can I be Fed chair and your talking piece? I'd argue I'm just as or more qualified than JPOW. Probably. But it's not really a high bar. Your Gen 24 100s. Oh, I don't mind the current price. I'd probably prefer to buy them closer to like 65. Price increase? Oh, I would expect to get like 300, 200, 300% out of them. At least. Maybe more. I'm feeling a bit bullish because of the layoffs. I mean, they were done in order to pad these earnings, right? Gert, can you run for Treasury Secretary so Supersonic has to choose between the lesser of two evils? Oh, no, whose earnings? No. BMG, we're talking about Apple, Amazon, and Google's earnings that are tonight after market. No Upstart Gen 24 510s. Oh, those are a joke. I bought those as a joke. If IV goes up, I'll make a little bit of money on them, but they're not. That's not a real position. I'm already straddled at 4150. It's a real position for me. I just got done explaining how I buy long dated, far out of the money calls to monitor intraday IV. Don't ghost plays you don't understand. Jesus. You once again called the upside to the SPX perfectly. Thanks. Thoughts on good idea for what to do with 217.35C for GME? I'm thinking rolling out a couple months and down to 25. Couple months and down to... okay. I mean... couple months. April? Is there any OI on that date? You might have a hard time finding OI out. Here's why I'm targeting March and like Jan 2024, because there's OI there. The strikes are liquid. The spreads aren't crazy. April might have some really shitty spreads. Upstart 50 100. Yeah, I have those. I have Upstart 50 and 100s. Those are I mean, the Upstart 100s and 50s they're a real position, but they're a volatility position. Once this vol position's nailed down, get an ISA, start actively traded daily balancing ETF for volatile stocks, then also start a volatility fund, create your own cycles, profit. Huh. Why not use one of the IV indicators from various brokerage softwares? The Opera's better. Frankly. I also don't want to have fucking Fidelity open. And the one on IBKR sucks. I know that, then why is that dude buying 250 zero DTs tomorrow on CAT? If big tech earnings beats and S&P is gonna moon, Dow'll take a small hit. I know, that's what I just said. When you say hedging, you mean playing both puts and calls at the same time? Protecting your risk of the position moving against you. It's not always puts and calls at the same time. You could buy puts and then buy the underlying. You can delta hedge. It's more complex and a pain in the ass, but... Are you wearing the JPM collar? Maybe. Bought my first NVIDIA 180 June put today, hedged with 2020 call for Feb 10th in case we rock it. Thanks for teaching us. Okay, not bad. So like a strangle, like a you've protected your upside briefly. No more complaining. Like a calendar spread almost, but not. You're not streaming during these earnings? Fuck no, I'm not gonna stay on here till 5:30. Guys, Greek hasn't explained. It's just gonna be the most volatile ETF in the world. Ding ding. So SPX closing at 4180, a little bit above the expected range, as the market is skewing a bit bullish. GME, Upstart, Fubo, all pulling back a little bit into the end of the day, to much more attractive price points. GME fell a little short, compared to Upstart and Fubo, but, all of them pulling back with the market. Obviously the end of day market volume was fairly light. I think all of them are still have a decent potential for seeing, I a continuation of this tomorrow, provided earnings are good and the market continues to push up. We're still fairly far away from capitulation on GME. We really want to hit that $25 mark. Same for Upstart. Fubo, at the $3 range. Past that, there's really not a lot of put interest. If Fubo can break up and get the capitulation out of those $3 puts, it could start to run. Upstart and GME, they're going to need a lot more pressure. So we'll see how we'll see how the earnings do tonight. Obviously, Amazon's going crazy right now. Let's see how Apple looks. Apple hasn't released anything yet. And Google. Where's Google? Do I not have Google on here? So maybe a miss or something here. We'll see what happens with forward guidance. I did expect Google to probably be the most honest out of the three. Amazon has the most room for dishonesty in their earnings. And Apple's pretty flexible and everyone loves buying it. So we'll see what happens. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If I get a chance later tonight, I'll check out the three earnings and kind of give you guys an idea of my feelings on it. But right now watching it's kind of useless until after they give forward guidance and stuff. A lot of this is just the market maker hedging risk as the earnings come out and algo funds buying based on like lines of text that they're programmed to pick out. So thank you all. Congratulations everyone who did well today. I will see you bright and early tomorrow for Friday, 0 DTE day. See you later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not...
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.